Welcome to Sleepy Dictionary 5. Let's go through the words. Volition. The power of willing or determining, will. Thriftily. In a thrifty manner. Midgut. The middle part of the alimentary canal from the stomach, or entrance of the bile duct, to, or including, the large intestine. Commentatorship. The office or occupation of a commentator. Warren. A place for keeping flesh in a river. Strike. To hit, to collide, to dush, to clash, as the hammer strikes against the bell of a clock. Ravel. To pull apart, as the threads of a texture, and let them fall into a tangled mass, hence, to entangle, to make intricate, to involve. Overcareful. Too careful. Puncture. The act of puncturing, perforating with something pointed. Ontogenic. Of or pertaining to ontogenesis, as ontogenetic phenomena. Cycloganoid. One of the Cycloganoidei. Ceramic. Of or pertaining to pottery, relating to the art of making earthenware, as ceramic products, ceramic ornaments for ceilings. Way. To move, to progress, to go. Declaratorily. In a declaratory manner. Accipitor. A bandage applied over the nose, resembling the claw of a hawk. Purslane. An annual plant Portula coloraceae with fleshy, succulent, obovate leaves, sometimes used as a potterbin for salads, garnishing, and pickling. Discuss. Imperfect and past participle of discuss, to examine in detail or by disputation, to reason upon by presenting favorable and adverse considerations, to debate, to sift, to investigate, to ventilate. Tide. To cause to float with the tide, to drive or carry with the tide or stream. Immaterialism. The doctrine that immaterial substances or spiritual being exist, or are possible. Pelagian. A follower of Pelagius, a British monk, born in the later part of the 4th century, who denied the doctrines of hereditary sin, of the connection between sin and death, and of conversion through grace. Searing. Present participle and verbal noun of sear, to burn the surface of, to dryness and hardness, to cauterize, to expose to a degree of heat such as changes the color or the hardness and texture of the surface, to scorch, to make callous, as, to sear the skin or flesh, also used figuratively. Akanda. A spine or prickly fin. Coucher. One who couches paper. Nate. To make naked. Substantiated. Imperfect and past participle of substantiate, to establish the existence or truth of by proof or competent evidence, to verify, as, to substantiate a charge or allegation, to substantiate a declaration. Fumigate. To smoke, to perfume. Why? Destitute of color, as in the cheeks, or of the tinge of blood color, pale, pallid, as, white with fear. Osculate. To touch closely, so as to have a common curvature at the point of contact, the contact of one curve with another, when the number of consecutive points of the latter through which the former passes suffices for the complete determination of the former curve. Clumsy. Without skill or grace, wanting dexterity, nimbleness, or readiness, stiff, awkward, as if benumbed, unwieldy, unhandy, hence, ill-made, misshapen, or inappropriate, as, a clumsy person, a clumsy workman, clumsy fingers, a clumsy gesture, a clumsy excuse. Village. An ornament in the form of two or more bends or strings twisted over each other in a continued series, leaving circular openings which are filled with round ornaments. Loneliness. The state of being alone. Sleepless. Having no rest, perpetually agitated. Acknowledgedly. Confessedly. Overtrip. To trip over nimbly. Grayback. The dowager. Done. From do, and formerly the infinitive. Appellatory. Containing an appeal. Phenol. A compound of phenol analogous to a sol. Vedantic. Of or pertaining to the Vedas. Slate. A prepared piece of such stone. Impertised. Imperfect and past participle of impertus, to put in a state like paradise, to make supremely happy. Aggravate. To heap up. And wild. To tame, to subdue. Antihypochondriac. A remedy for hypochondria. Senseless. Destitute of, deficient in, or contrary to, sense, without sensibility or feeling, unconscious, stupid, foolish, unwise, unreasonable. Unmer. To weigh anchor. Sooty. Indian wheat, granulated but not pulverized, a kind of semolina. indebted, brought into debt, being under obligation, held to payment or requital, beholden. Commitment. The act of pledging or engaging, the act of exposing, endangering, or compromising, also, the state of being pledged or engaged. Inapellability. The quality of being inapellable. Finality. Bassetto. A tenor or small bass viol. Azimuth. An arc of the horizon intercepted between the meridian of the place and a vertical circle passing through the center of any object, as the azimuth of a star, the azimuth or bearing of a line surveying. Orbital. A small orb, or sphere. Complication. A disease or diseases, or adventitious circumstances or conditions, coexistent with and modifying a primary disease, but not necessarily connected with Italian. Cohesive. Cohering, or sticking together, as in a mass, capable of cohering, tending to cohere, as cohesively. Sugaring. Present participle and verbal noun of sugar, a sweet white or brownish yellow, crystalline substance, of a sandy or granular consistency, obtained by crystallizing the evaporated juice of certain plants, as the sugar cane, sorghum, beetroot, sugar maple, etc. It is used for seasoning and preserving many kinds of food and drink. Ordinary sugar is essentially sucrose. Representation. The state of being represented. Starting. And end. From start. See. Henna. The leaves of the henna plant, or a preparation or dye stuff made from them. Tropical. Rhetorically changed from its exact original sense, being of the nature of a trope, figurative, metaphorical. Man. A sum paid to a lord as a pecuniary compensation for killing his man, that is, his vassal, servant, or tenant. Supply. To fill temporarily, to serve as substitute for another in, as a vacant place or office, to occupy, to have possession of, as, to supply a pulpit. Uncunning. Ignorance. Spongoid. Resembling sponge, like sponge. Blithe. Soft, flexible. Distractible. Capable of being drawn aside or distracted. Break. A break. Animation. The state of being lively, brisk, or full of spirit and vigor, vivacity, spiritedness, as he recited the story with great animation. Clacker. One who clacks that which clacks, especially the clapper of a mill.
Divisk.
To remove the husk from.
Meteorometer.
An apparatus which transmits automatically to a central station atmospheric changes as marked by the anemometer, barometer, thermometer, etc.
Cubic.
A curve of the third degree.
Maharmet.
A muslin wrapper for the head and the lower part of the face, worn by Turkish and Armenian women when they go abroad.
Conferee.
One who is conferred with or who takes part in a conference, as the conferees on the part of the Senate.
Periclidate.
To end danger.
Exospore.
The extreme outer wall of a spore, the epispore.
Hatching.
Present participle and verbal noun of hatch, an opening in the deck of a vessel or floor of a warehouse which serves as a passageway or hoistway, a hatchway, also, a cover or door, or one of the covers used in closing such an opening.
Divitable.
Avoidable.
Pie.
A pointed or peaked hill.
Give.
To give a gift or gifts.
Hallux.
The first, or prexile, digit of the hind limb, corresponding to the pollex in the forelimb, the great toe, the hind toe of birds.
Peered.
Imperfect and past participle of peer, a nobleman, a member of one of the 5 degrees of the British nobility, namely, Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron, as a peer of the realm.
Target.
Pain, especially for the face.
Decalcomanie.
The art or process of transferring pictures and designs to china, glass, marble, etc., and permanently fixing them thereto.
Savoriness.
The quality of being savory.
Caudal.
Caution, prudence, wariness.
Concrete.
Sugar boiled down from cane juice to a solid mass.
Neighbor.
A person who lives near another, one whose abode is not far off.
Glacialist.
One who attributes the phenomena of the drift, in geology, to glaciers.
Form.
To provide with a form, as a hair, the shape and structure of anything, as distinguished from the material of which it is composed, particular disposition or arrangement of matter, giving it individuality or distinctive character. Configuration, figure, external appearance, 9.
Let.
To allow to be used or occupied for a compensation, to lease, to rent, to hire out, often without as to let a farm, to let a house, to let out horses.
Inulioid.
A substance resembling inulin, found in the unripe bulbs of the dahlia.
Prod.
To wander about and beg, to seek food or other supplies by low hours, to seek for advantage by mean shift or tricks.
Front.
Of or relating to the front or forward part, having a position in front, foremost, as a front view.
Disentanglement.
The act of disentangling or clearing from difficulties.
Bemoaner.
One who bemoans.
Miswed.
To wed improperly.
Discursive.
Reasoning, proceeding from one ground to another, as in reasoning, argumentative.
Par.
A young salmon in the stage when it has dark transverse bands, called also semlet, skegger, and fingerling.
Arbiter.
One who plants or who prunes trees.
Thally.
A solid mass of cellular tissue, consisting of one or more layers, usually in the form of a flat stratum or expansion, but sometimes erect or pendulous, and elongated and branching, and forming the substance of the thalogens.
Turbary.
The right of digging turf on another man's land, also, the ground where turf is dug.
Fury.
A thief.
Derisive.
Expressing, serving for, or characterized by, derision.
Pericotus.
Surrounded by set of certain earthworms genus Pericotus.
Slap.
Imperfect and past participle of slap, a blow, especially one given with the open hand, or with something broad.
Coolie.
An East Indian porter or carrier, a laborer transported from the East Indies, China, or Japan, for service in some other country.
Calvinistic.
Of or pertaining to Calvin, or Calvinism, following Calvin, accepting or teaching Calvinism.
Lay.
A melody, any musical utterance.
Bathymetrical.
Pertaining to bathymetry, relating to the measurement of depths, especially of depths in the sea.
Conglutinated.
Imperfect and past participle of conlutinate, to glue together, to unite by some glutinous or tenacious substance, to cause to adhere or to grow together.
Prod.
A prick or stab which a pointed instrument.
Traverse.
The turning of the gun so as to make it point in any desired direction.
Incensed.
wanting a distinct meaning, having no certain signification.
idolous,
Of or pertaining to idolatry, partaking of the nature of idolatry, given to idolatry or the worship of false gods, as idolatrous sacrifices.
exocarp,
The outer portion of a fruit, as the flesh of a peach or the rind of an orange of drupe.
spell,
To discover by characters or marks, to read with difficulty, usually without, as, to spell out the sense of an author, to spell out a verse in the Bible.
surd,
The grassy surface of land, that part of the soil which is filled with the roots of grass, turf.
holotricha,
A group of ciliated infusoria, having cilia all over the body.
poop,
A pupa.
time,
To keep or beat time, to proceed or move in time.
freestone,
A stone composed of sand or grit, so called because it is easily cut or wrought.
heaven,
The sovereign of heaven, God, also, the assembly of the blessed, collectively, used variously in this sense, as in no, to.
timbrel,
A kind of drum, tabor, or topper, in use from the highest antiquity.
feral,
Funereal, deadly, fatal, dangerous.
glass sponge,
A siliceous sponge, of the genus Hyalonema, and Aligenera, so called from their glassy fibers or spicules, called also vitreous sponge, the remarkable vitreous sponge, of the genus Hyalonema, first brought from Japan. It has a long stem, consisting of a bundle of long and large, glassy, siliceous fibers, twisted together.
natty,
Irritable, touchy.
step,
To walk slowly, gravely, or resolutely.
sealer,
One who points, edges, or covers with steel.
representative,
One who, or that which, represents anything, that which exhibits a likeness or similitude.
subjoin,
To add after something else has been said or written, to next, as, to subjoin an argument or reason.
puritanism,
The doctrines, notions, or practice of Puritans.
olefine,
Olefine gas, or ethylene, hence, by extension, any one of the series of unsaturated hydrocarbons of which ethylene is a type, a colorless, gaseous hydrocarbon, C2H4, forming an important ingredient of illuminating gas, and also obtained by the action of concentrated sulfuric acid in alcohol. It is an unsaturated compound and combines directly with chlorine and bromine to form oily liquids. Dutch liquid, hence called a Lefiant gas, called also ethene, ileal, and formerly bicarbonate hydrogen.
Portuguese.
A native or inhabitant of Portugal. People of Portugal.
Bereave.
To take away from.
Beadbread.
A brown, bitter substance found in some of the cells of honeycomb. It is made chiefly from the pollen of flowers, which is collected by bees as food for their young.
Venerated.
Imperfect and past participle of one or a, to load, to burden.
Applicable.
Applicable, also, compliant.
Digest.
To dispose to suppurate, or generate healthy pus, as an ulcer or wound.
Blazon.
To shine, to be conspicuous.
Replead.
To plead again.
Dactylioglyphy.
The art or process of gem engraving.
Tetraphenol.
Furfrin.
Siren.
Any long, slender amphibian of the genus Siren or family Sirenid, destitute of hind legs and pelvis, and having permanent external gills as well as lungs. They inhabit the swamps, lagoons, and ditches of the southern United States. The more common species Siren lacertina is dull lead gray in color, and becomes 2 feet long.
Lombard House.
A public institution for lending money to the poor at moderate interest, upon articles deposited and pledged, called also non-DP.
Dogsucker.
The American woodcock, so called from its feeding among the bogs.
Orthographist.
One who spells words correctly, an orthographer.
Avocat.
An advocate.
Oing.
Present participle and verbal noun of awe, the emotion inspired by something dreadful and sublime, an undefined sense of the dreadful and the sublime, reverential fear, or solemn wonder, profound reverence.
Universalogist.
One who is versed in universology.
Melodize.
To make melody, to compose melodies, to harmonize.
Clopper.
The bird.
Cantilever.
A projecting beam, truss, or bridge and supported at the outer end, one which overhangs.
Obtrusion.
That which is obtruded.
Can.
A species of hickory. A species of hickory Caryolaibiformis, growing in North America, chiefly in the Mississippi Valley and in Texas, where it is one of the largest of forest trees. Also, its fruit, a smooth, oblong nut, an inch or an inch and a half long, with a thin shell and well-flavored meat.
Up tails all.
An old game at cards.
Paper Lunzi.
A beggar with a wallet, a licensed beggar.
Day.
Indicating sleepiness or indifference, to yawn.
Saxicalus.
Growing on rocks.
A.
Oh,
Archie.
a suffix properly meaning real, ruling, as in monarchy, the rule of one only, compare arch.
Lusty.
Of large size, big, obsolete, three lusty vessels, Evelyn, hence, sometimes, pregnant.
Brave.
To become weakened in constitution or faculties, to lose health or strength.
Esprit.
Spirit.
Privileging.
Present participle and verbal noun of privilege, a peculiar benefit, advantage, or favor, a right or immunity not enjoyed by others or by all, special enjoyment of a good, or exemption from an evil or burden, a prerogative, advantage, franchise.
Spiritism.
Spiritualism.
Lolling.
Present participle and verbal noun of loll. To let the tongue hang from the mouth, as an ox, dog, or other animal, when heated by labor, as the ox stood lolling in the furrow.
Turban.
The whole set of worlds of a spiral shell.
Mystery.
A profound secret, something wholly unknown, or something kept cautiously concealed, and therefore exciting curiosity or wonder, something which has not been or cannot be explained, hence, specifically, that which is beyond human comprehension.
Cantable.
In a melodious, flowing style, in a singing style, as opposed to bravura, recitativo, or parlando.
Statable.
That can be stated as a statable grievance. The question at issue is statable.
Sphenodal.
Pertaining to, or resembling, a sphenode.
No.
To be convinced of the truth of, to be fully assured of, as, to know things from information.
Sentence.
To pass or pronounce judgment upon, to doom, to condemn to punishment, to prescribe the punishment of.
Skying.
Present participle and verbal noun of sky, the apparent arch, or vault, of heaven, which in a clear day is of a blue color. The heavens, the firmament, sometimes in the plural.
Propone.
To propose, to bring forward.
Lisper.
One who lisps.
Pilled.
Stripped of hair, scant of hair, bald.
truss,
the rope or iron used to keep the center of the yard to the mast.
englue,
To unwind, to entangle.
pumpkin,
Of or pertaining to an extensive marshy district between Rome and Naples.
nursery,
Derisive, mocking.
Chersonese,
A peninsula, a tract of land nearly surrounded by water, but united to a larger tract by a neck of land or isthmus, as the Cimbric Chersonese, or Jutland, the Tauric Chersonese, or Crimea.
juvenile,
A youth,
galactopoietic,
increasing the flow of milk producing a galactopoietic substance.
tubbing,
Present participle and verbal noun of an open wooden vessel formed with staves, bottom, and hoops, a kind of short cask, half barrel, or firkin, usually with but one head, used for various purposes.
suffusion,
A blending of one color into another, the spreading of one color over another, as on the feathers of birds.
concealment,
A place of hiding, a secret place, a retreat from observation.
foreshow,
To show or exhibit beforehand, to give foreknowledge of, to prognosticate, to foretell.
perlogy,
The science which treats of the laws of distribution of living organisms over the Earth's surface as to latitude, altitude, locality, etc.
contributor,
One who, or that which, contributes, specifically, one who writes articles for a newspaper or magazine.
vomit,
An abscess in any other parenchymatous organ.
isodynamic,
Of, pertaining to, having, or denoting, equality of force.
exude,
To discharge through pores or incisions, as moisture or other liquid matter. To give out.
gurnard,
One of several European marine fishes, of the genus Cycloganoidei genera, having a large and spiny head, with mailed cheeks. Some of the species are highly esteemed for food. The name is sometimes applied to the American sea robins.
tarpaulin,
A piece of canvas covered with tar or a waterproof composition, used for covering the hatches of a ship, hammocks, boats, etc.
pan,
A part, a portion.
methodios,
The art and principles of method.
impedimental,
Of the nature of an impediment, hindering, obstructing, impeditive.
Geneva,
A strongly alcoholic liquor, flavored with juniper berries, made in Holland. Holland gin, Hollands.
distract,
to draw apart or away, to divide, to disjoin.
cataract,
A great fall of water over a precipice, a large waterfall.
high,
Costly, dear in price, extravagant, as, to hold goods at high price.
brimmer,
A brimful bowl, a bumper.
hook,
That part of a hinge which is fixed to a post, and on which a door or gate hangs and turns.
bard,
Defensive armor formerly worn by a man-at-arms.
whittle,
To cut or whittle.
cording,
Present participle and verbal noun of cord. A solid measure, equivalent to 128 cubic feet, a pile of wood, or other coarse material. 8 feet long, 4 feet high, and 4 feet broad, originally measured with a cord or line.
wentless,
Being without a wench.
about sledge,
The largest hammer used by smiths.
pardoner,
One who pardons.
swing,
Capacity of a turning lathe, as determined by the diameter of the largest object that can be turned in Italian.
immoil,
To soil or encumber with mire and dirt.
uncivilized,
Not civilized, not reclaimed from savage life, rude, barbarous, savage, as the uncivilized inhabitants of Central Africa.
reportable,
Capable or admitting of being reported.
lethargical,
Pertaining to, affected with, or resembling, lethargy, morbidly drowsy, dull, heavy.
preposter,
A scholar appointed to inspect other scholars, a monitor.
rise,
To become erect, to assume an upright position, as, to rise from a chair or from a fall.
souse,
To drench, as by an immersion, to wet thoroughly.
coleslaw,
A salad made of sliced cabbage.
fondly,
In a fond manner, affectionately, tenderly.
absolver,
One who absolves.
atone,
To agree, to be in accordance, to accord.
intercoming,
The act of coming between, intervention, interference.
overshoot,
To shoot over or beyond.
chapter,
A meeting of certain organized societies or orders.
Kalamanco,
A glossy woolen stuff, plain, striped, or checked.
Etiquette.
The forms required by good breeding, or prescribed by authority, to be observed in social or official life, observance of the proprieties of rank and occasion, conventional decorum, ceremonial code of polite society.
Sacellum.
A small monumental chapel in a church.
Round.
A general discharge of firearms by a body of troops in which each soldier fires once.
Shave.
A hand tool consisting of a sharp blade with a handle at each end, a drawing knife, a spoke shave.
Rudder hole.
The hole in the deck through which the rudder post passes.
Hepatization.
Conversion into a substance resembling the liver, a state of the lungs when gorged with effuse matter, so that they are no longer pervious to the air.
Transit.
To pass, as perspirable matter does, through the pores or interstices of textures, as liquor may transit through leather or wood.
Univalvular.
Having one valve, as a univalve shell or pericarp.
Twiddle.
To play with anything, hence, to be busy about trifles.
Communalistic.
Pertaining to communalism.
Billhead.
A printed form, used by merchants in making out bills or rendering accounts.
Unhull.
To uncover.
Correlativeness.
Quality of being correlative.
Intertalk.
To converse.
Mopide.
Short-sighted, purblind.
Salutiferous.
Bringing health, healthy, salutary, beneficial, as salutiferous air.
Actinometric.
Pertaining to the measurement of the intensity of the solar rays, either heating or actinic.
Rough.
Marked by severity or violence, harsh, hard, as rough measures or actions.
Delicate.
Slight or smooth, light and yielding, set of texture, as delicate lace or silk.
When.
While, whereas, although, used in the manner of a conjunction to introduce a dependent adverbial sentence or clause, having a causal, conditional, or adversative relation to the principal proposition, as, he chose to turn highwayman when he might have continued an honest man. He removed the tree when it was the best in the grounds.
Enumeration.
Addition to former number.
Wassail.
Of or pertaining to wassail, or to wassail, convivial, as a wassail bowl.
Benzoline.
An impure benzene, used in the arts as a solvent, and for various other purposes, volatile. very inflammable liquid, C6H6, contained in the naphtha produced by the destructive distillation of coal, from which it is separated by fractional distillation. The name is sometimes applied also to the impure commercial product or benzol, and also, but rarely, to a similar mixed product of petroleum.
Antonymy.
Opposition of one law or rule to another law or rule.
Puncture.
The state or personality of a poet.
Aerial.
Light as air, ethereal.
Non-acquaintance.
Want of acquaintance, the state of being unacquainted.
Mesopodialia.
One of the bones of either the carpus or tarsus.
Reichsrat.
The Parliament of Austria exclusive of Hungary, which has its own diet, or parliament. It consists of an upper and a lower house, or a House of Lords and House of Representatives.
And our
Red orpiment.
tilt.
The state of being tilled, or prepared for a crop, culture, as, land is good tilled.
Play.
To move gaily, to wanton, to disport.
Affectedly.
In an affected manner, hypocritically, with more show than reality.
Matherin.
One of a monastic order founded in Rome in 1198 by Saint John of Mata and an old French hermit, Felix of Valois, for the purpose of redeeming Christian captives from the Mohammedans.
Theologizer.
One who theologizes, a theologian.
Pomade.
Perfumed ointment, especially a fragrant ingredient for the hair, pomatum, originally made from apples.
Levy.
The taking or seizure of property on executions to satisfy judgments, or on warrants for the collection of taxes, a collecting by execution.
Inappressible.
Incapable of being appeased or satisfied, unappeasable.
Pacifiable.
Capable of being pacified or appeased, placable.
Drift.
A tool used in driving down compactly the composition contained in a rocket, or like firework.
Carver.
One who carves or divides meat at table.
Uphill.
Attended with labor, difficult, as, uphill work.
Is.
Applied to certain compounds having the same composition but different properties, as in isocyanic.
Releasable.
That may be released.
Unnerved.
Finitely veined or nerve.
Acclamatory.
pertaining to, or expressing approval by, acclamation.
Wallow.
The powdered leaves of the baobab tree, used by the Africans to mix in their soup, as the southern Negroes use powdered sassafras. Compare, excuse.
Boasted.
Imperfect and past participle of boast, to vaunt oneself, to brag, to say or tell things which are intended to give others a high opinion of oneself or of things belonging to oneself, as, to boast of one's exploits, courage, descent, wealth.
Tweak.
Trouble, distress, tweak.
Pedagogical.
Of or pertaining to pedagogue, suited to, or characteristic of, a pedagogue.
Unguilt.
Not gilded, hence, not rewarded with gold.
Elsewhither.
To some, or any, other place, as, you will have to go elsewhither for Italian.
Lee.
That part of the hemisphere, as one stands on shipboard, toward which the wind blows, to lie, to speak falsely, no.
Hemithermal.
Warm-blooded,
Heron.
made of hair,
Seedy.
having a peculiar flavor supposed to be derived from the weeds growing among the vines, said of certain kinds of French brandy.
Slantly.
In an inclined direction, obliquely, slopingly.
Flower-ear.
A harbinger.
Looming.
The indistinct and magnified appearance of objects seen in particular states of the atmosphere, an optical effect, sometimes seen on the ocean, but more frequently in deserts, due to total reflection of light at the surface common to two strata of air differently heated. The reflected image is seen, commonly in an inverted position, while the real object may or may not be in sight, when the surface is horizontal, and below the eye, the appearance is that of a sheet of water in which the object is seen reflected. When the reflecting surface is above the eye, the image is seen projected against the sky. The fata morgana and looming are species of mirage.
Truckage.
Money paid for the conveyance of goods on a truck, freight.
Lichen.
A yellow amorphous substance obtained from lac.
Recourse.
To have recourse, to resort.
Support.
To furnish with the means of sustenance or livelihood, to maintain, to provide for, as, to support a family, to support the ministers of the gospel.
Misdirect.
To give a wrong direction to, as, to misdirect a passenger, or a letter, to misdirect one's energies.
Thicken.
To make close, to fill up interstices in, as, to thicken cloth, to thicken ranks of trees or men.
confide,
to entrust, to give in charge, to commit to one's keeping, followed by to
cavil,
a captious or frivolous objection.
irritants,
From hence,
remember,
to put in mind, to remind, also used reflexively and impersonally.
salubrious,
Favorable to health, healthful, promoting health, as salubrious air, water, or climate.
movable,
Property not attached to the soil.
word,
To use words, as in discussion, to argue, to dispute.
tenebrous,
Dark, gloomy, dusky, tenebrious.
bartender,
A barkeeper.
extensibility,
The capacity of being expanded, as the expansibility of air.
carving,
A piece of decorative work cut in stone, wood, or other material.
rouser,
Something very exciting or great.
retrograde,
Tending or moving backward. Having a backward course, contrary, as retrograde motion, opposed to progressive.
earnest,
Intent, fixed closely, as earnest attention.
spittoon,
A spitbox, a cuspidor.
furnace,
A combination cloak and hood worn by women.
bid,
To pray.
defective,
Lacking some of the usual forms of declension or conjugation, as a defective noun or verb.
spectacular,
Adapted to excite wonder and admiration by a display of pomp or of scenic effects, as a spectacular celebration of some event, a spectacular play.
scout,
To reject with contempt, as something absurd, to treat with ridicule, to flout, as to scout an idea or an apology.
sentence,
An opinion, a decision, a determination, a judgment, especially one of an unfavorable nature.
septifarious,
Turned in 7 different ways.
promptuary,
Of or pertaining to preparation.
pilulous,
Like a pill, small, insignificant.
flasher,
One who, or that which, flashes.
estate,
A property which a person possesses, a fortune, possessions, especially property in land, also, property of all kinds which a person leaves to be divided at his death.
inconsequent,
not following from the premises, not regularly inferred, invalid, not characterized by logical method, illogical, arbitrary, inconsistent, of no consequence.
Ypres lace,
Fine bobbin lace made at Ypres in Belgium, usually exactly like Valenciennes lace.
ontogenetic,
Relating to gamogenesis.
endostosis,
A process of bone formation in which ossification takes place within the substance of the cartilage.
stage,
A floor or story of a house.
popularize,
To make popular. To make suitable or acceptable to the common people. To make generally known, as to popularize philosophy.
fading,
Present participle and verbal noun of fade, to fit, to join, to unite closely, as two pieces of wood, so as to make the surface fit together.
doctorally,
In the manner of a doctor.
fadless,
Not liable to fade, unfading.
hubbling,
A method of securing a good draft in chimneys by covering the top, leaving openings in the sides, or by carrying up two of the sides higher than the other two.
unagreeable,
Not agreeing or consistent, unsuitable.
swipe,
A strong blow given with a sweeping motion, as with a bat or club.
trespass,
To go too far, to put anyone to inconvenience by demand or importunity, to intrude, as to trespass upon the time or patience of another.
don't follow,
A combining form indicating connection with or relation to the umbilicus or navel.
vulturish,
Like a vulture, rapacious.
equality,
Tailless.
siphons,
Since, afterwards, seeing that.
broccoli,
A short cloak.
better,
Greater in amount, larger, more.
rejoining,
Present participle and verbal noun of rejoin, to come, or go, again into the presence of, to join the company of again.
biologic,
Of or relating to biology.
proportionately,
In a proportionate manner, with due proportion, proportionally.
moldwork,
A mound or massive work formed of masonry or large stones, etc., laid in the sea, often extended either in a right line or an arc of a circle before a port which it serves to defend from the violence of the waves, thus protecting ships in a harbor. Also, sometimes, the harbor itself.
infer,
to bring on, to induce, to occasion.
stripped,
Imperfect and past participle of strip, to deprive, to bereave, to make destitute, to plunder, especially, to deprive of covering, to skin, to peel, as, to strip a man of his possession, his rights, his privileges, his reputation, to strip one of his clothes, to strip a beast of his skin, to strip a tree of its bark.
kid,
Imperfect of give, to come into view, to appear.
Tammuz,
A deity among the ancient Syrians, in honor of whom the Hebrew idolatresses held an annual lamentation. This deity has been conjectured to be the same with the Phoenician Adon, or Adonis.
Hebraised,
Imperfect and past participle of Hebraised, to speak Hebrew, or to conform to the Hebrew idiom, or to Hebrew customs.
perennial,
In or continuing through the year, as perennial fountains.
ushered,
The office or position of an usher, ushership, also, ushers, collectively.
varnish,
To lay varnish on, to cover with a liquid which produces, when dry, a hard, glossy surface, as, to varnish a table, to varnish a painting.
ideology,
The assignment of a cause.
choice,
The best part, that which is preferable.
excitement,
That which excites or rouses, that which moves, stirs, or induces action, a motive.
deadlock,
A lock which is not self-latching, but requires a key to throw the bolt forward.
woodchuck,
Any one of several species of Asiatic singing birds belonging to the genera Eonthia and Larvivora. They are closely allied to the European robin. The males are usually bright blue above, and more or less red orifice beneath.
fetidity,
The quality or state of being fed.
tempering,
Present participle and verbal noun of timber, a small frame, commonly circular, and somewhat resembling a tambourine, used for stretching, and firmly holding, a portion of cloth that is to be embroidered. Also, the embroidery done upon such a frame, called also, in the latter sense, timber work.
dispender,
One who dispends or expends, a steward.
agnosticism,
That doctrine which, professing ignorance, neither asserts nor denies.
exemplar,
A pattern, an exemplar.
bookshelf,
A shelf to hold books.
bunion,
An enlargement and inflammation of a small membranous sac, one of the bursa muscus, usually occurring on the first joint of the great toe.
black,
dark blue or bluish gray, lead colored.
Give.
To cause, to make, with the infinitive, as, to give one to understand, to know, etc.
Domain.
The territory over which dominion or authority is exerted, the possessions of a sovereign or commonwealth, or the like, also used figuratively.
Amia.
A genus of freshwater dinoid fishes, exclusively confined to North America, called bowfin in Lake Champlain, dogfish in Lake Erie, and woodfish in South Carolina, etc. The voracious ganoid fish Amia calda, found in the freshwaters of the United States, the midfish, called also Johnny Grindle, and dogfish.
Corpulency.
Excessive fatness, fleshiness, obesity.
Medievally.
In the manner of the Middle Ages, in accordance with medievalism.
Gyres.
A convoluted ridge between grooves. A convolution, as, the gyre of the brain, the gyre of brain coral. The whitish mass of soft matter the center of the nervous system, and the seat of consciousness and volition, which is enclosed in the cartilaginous or bony cranium of vertebrate animals. It is simply the anterior termination of the spinal cord, and is developed from three embryonic vesicles, whose cavities are connected with the central canal of the cord. The cavities of the vesicles become the central cavities, or ventricles, and the walls thicken unequally and become the three segments, the fore, mid, and hind brain.
Unto.
To divest of the character, office, or authority of a pope.
Serve.
To pass or spend, as time, especially time of punishment, as, to serve a term in prison.
Incorrect.
Not correct, not according to copy or model, or to the established rules, inaccurate, faulty.
Bibliographies.
A history or description of books and manuscripts, with notices of the different editions, the times when they were printed, etc.
Pairing.
Present participle and verbal noun of bear, to remove, to separate, to cut or shave, as the skin, ring, or outside part, from anything, followed by off or away, as, to pare off the ring of fruit, to pare away redundancies.
Glomerule.
A glomerule is
Overshoot.
to fly beyond the mark.
Heathen.
One who carries a flag.
Typographer.
A printer.
Episcopalianism.
The doctrine and usages of Episcopalians, episcopacy.
Reputing.
Present participle and verbal noun of repute, specifically, good character or reputation, credit or honor derived from common or public opinion, opposed to disrepute.
Interesting.
Present participle and verbal noun of interest, to deliver something to another interest, to deliver to another something interest, to commit or surrender something to another with a certain confidence regarding his care, use, or disposal of it, as to entrust a servant with one's money or entrust money or goods to a servant.
Sorens.
The quality or state of being sore, tenderness, painful, as the soreness of a wound, the soreness of an affliction.
Woolman.
One who deals in wool.
Find.
To come upon by seeking, as to find something lost.
Ripper.
One who brings fish from the seacoast to markets in inland towns.
Toffee.
A kind of candy made of molasses or brown sugar boiled down and poured out in shallow pans.
Benim.
To deprive of, or take away from.
Consolable.
Capable of receiving consolation.
Pad.
To travel heavily or slowly.
Hemispherical.
Containing, or pertaining to, a hemisphere, as, a hemispheric figure or form, a hemispherical body.
Corregidor.
The chief magistrate of a Spanish town.
Rest.
That on which anything rests or leans for support, as, a rest in a lathe, for supporting the cutting tool or steadying the work.
Gold.
An old English name of some yellow flower, the marigold calendula, according to Dr. Prior, but in Chaucer perhaps a turnsole.
Fickle.
Molded, or capable of being molded, into form by art, relating to pottery or to molding in any soft material.
Insus.
To sluice, to open the sluice or sluices of, to let flow, to discharge.
Tartar.
Of or pertaining to Tartary in Asia, or the Tartars.
Depress.
Having the middle lower than the border, concave.
Subhastation.
A public sale or auction.
Heel.
The latter or remaining part of anything, the closing or concluding part.
Coat.
Same as coat of arms, inferior to in rank, excellence, dignity, value, amount, price, etc., lower in quality.
Warden.
An officer who keeps or guards, a keeper, as the warden of a prison.
Deltoid.
Shaped like the Greek slash delta, delta shaped, triangular.
Appear.
The coming into court of either of the parties, the being present in court, the coming into court of a party summoned in an action, either by himself or by his attorney, expressed by a formal entry by the proper officer to that effect, the act or proceeding by which a party proceeded against places himself before the court, and submits to its jurisdiction.
Articling.
Present participle and verbal noun of article, a distinct portion of an instrument, discourse, literary work, or any other writing, consisting of two or more particulars, or treating of various topics, as an article in the Constitution, hence, a clause in a contract, system of regulations, treaty, or the like, a term, condition, or stipulation in a contract, a concise statement, as articles of agreement.
Elbowed.
Imperfect and past participle of elbow, any turn or bend like that of the elbow, in a wall, building, and the like, a sudden turn in a line of coast or course of a river, also, an angular or jointed part of any structure, as the raised arm of a chair or sofa, or a short pipe fitting, turning at an angle or bend.
Stupidity.
The quality or state of being stupid, extreme dullness of perception or understanding, insensibility, sluggishness.
Dramatic.
Of or pertaining to the drama, appropriate to, or having the qualities of, a drama, theatrical, vivid.
Flambeau.
A flaming torch, especially one made by combining together a number of thick wicks invested with a quick-burning substance anciently, perhaps wax, in modern times, pitch or the like, hence, any torch.
Interfere.
To strike one foot against the opposite foot or ankle in using the legs, sometimes said of a human being, but usually of a horse, as the horse interferes.
Guttural.
A combining form denoting relation to the throat, as gutturonasal, having both a guttural and a nasal character, gutturopalatal.
Harden.
A coarse kind of linen, called also harden.
Drain pipe.
A pipe used for carrying off surplus water.
Rufescent.
Reddish, tinged with red.
Cadetship.
The position, rank, or commission of a cadet, as to get a cadetship.
Discommission.
To deprive of a commission or trust.
Inquietude.
Disturbed state, uneasiness either of body or mind, restlessness, disquietude.
Subterraneous.
Under the roof or eaves, within doors.
Deponee.
To testify under oath, to depose, to bear witness.
Nugget.
A lump, a mass, especially a native lump of a precious metal, as a nugget of gold.
Mortifying.
tending to mortify, affected by, or having symptoms of mortification, as a mortifying wound, mortifying flesh.
Quotient.
The number resulting from the division of one number by another, and showing how often a less number is contained in a greater. Thus, the quotient of 12 divided by 4 is 3.
Craned.
Imperfect and past participle of crane, a machine for raising and lowering heavy weights, and, while holding them suspended, transporting them through a limited lateral distance. In one form it consists of a projecting arm or jib of timber or iron, a rotating post or base, and the necessary tackle, windlass, etc., so called from a fancied similarity between its arm and the neck of a crane off derrick.
Allowed.
Freehold estate, land which is the absolute property of the owner. Real estate held in absolute independence, without being subject to any rent, service, or acknowledgement to a superior. It is thus opposed to feud.
Lithuanian.
Of or pertaining to Lithuania, formerly a principality united with Poland, but now Russian and Prussian territory.
Casuisteel.
Of or pertaining to casuists or casuistry.
Unto.
Until, till.
Microencephalus.
Having a small brain.
Gentry.
Nobility of birth or of character, gentility.
Ditch.
Any long, narrow receptacle for water on the surface of the earth.
Valorous.
Possessing or exhibiting valor. Brave, courageous, valiant, intrepid.
Consequential.
Following as a consequence, result, or logical inference, consequent.
Astonishment.
The overpowering emotion excited when something unaccountable, wonderful, or dreadful is presented to the mind, an intense degree of surprise, amazement.
Brain.
The anterior or cephalic ganglion in insects and other invertebrates.
Mimic.
Imitative, characterized by resemblance to other forms, applied to crystals which by twinning resemble simple forms of higher grade of symmetry.
Binding.
Anything that binds, a bandage, the cover of a book, or the cover with the sewing, etc., something that secures the edge of cloth from raveling.
Oppositive.
Capable of being put in opposition.
Mammulated.
Having small nipples, or small protuberances like nipples or mem.
Vibrative.
Vibratory.
Cred.
That which tends to procure, or add to, reputation or esteem, and honor.
Tropologic.
characterized by tropes, varied by tropes, tropical.
entangle,
To make run in a channel.
lithic,
Pertaining to or denoting lithium or some of its compounds.
tropologic,
Characterized by tropes, varied by tropes, tropical.
saculated,
Furnished with little sex.
confection,
A preparation of fruits or roots, etc., with sugar, a sweetmeat.
waver,
To be unsettled in opinion, to vacillate, to be undetermined, to fluctuate, as, to water in judgment.
perspicacy,
The state of being perspicacious, acuteness of sight or of intelligence, acute discernment.
resolver,
That which clears up and removes difficulties, and makes the mind certain or determined.
boil,
To subject to the action of heat in a boiling liquid so as to produce some specific effect, as cooking, cleansing, etc., as, to boil meat, to boil clothes.
multitudinary,
A valetudinarian.
imperadigitate,
Having an odd number of fingers or toes, either 1, 3, or 5, as in the horse, tapir, rhinoceros, etc.
undergoing,
Present participle and verbal noun of undergo, to be subjected to bear up against, to pass through, to endure, to suffer, to sustain, as, to undergo toil and fatigue, to undergo pain, grief, or anxiety, to undergo the operation of amputation. Food in the stomach undergoes the process of digestion.
respiting,
Present participle and verbal noun of respite, temporary intermission of labor, or of any process or operation, interval of rest, pause, delay.
cacrali,
A kind of wood common in Demerara, durable in salt water, because not subject to the depredations of the sea worm and barnacle.
sparring,
Present participle and verbal noun of spar, an old name for a non-metallic mineral, usually cleavable and somewhat lustrous, as calc-spar or calcite, fluorspar, etc. It was especially used in the case of the gangue minerals of the metalliferous vein.
pluck,
Having courage and spirit.
grow,
An old English silver coin, equal to 4 pence.
conditioned,
Imperfect and past participle of condition, a clause in a contract, or agreement, which has for its object to suspend, to defeat, or in some way to modify, the principal obligation, or, in case of will, to suspend, revoke, or modify a devise or bequest. It is also the case of a future uncertain event, which may or may not happen, and on the occurrence or non-occurrence of which, the accomplishment, rescission, or modification of an obligation or testamentary disposition is made to depend.
Bridged.
Imperfect and past participle of bridge, anything supported at the ends, which serves to keep some other thing from resting upon the object spanned, as in engraving, watchmaking, etc., or which forms a platform or staging over which something passes or is conveyed.
Imperate.
Done by express direction, not involuntary, communed.
Minuet.
A tune or air to regulate the movements of the dance so-called. A movement in suites, sonatas, symphonies, etc., having the dance form, and commonly in 3-4, sometimes 3-8, measure.
Sunt.
A peculiar substance obtained from the wool of sheep, consisting largely of potash mixed with fatty and earthy matters. It is used as a source of potash and also for the manufacture of gas.
Shaped.
Clothed with ragged, much worn, or soiled garments.
Nematoid.
Of or pertaining to the nematoidea.
Zebra.
Either one of two species of South African wild horses remarkable for having the body white or yellowish-white, and conspicuously marked with dark brown or brackish bands.
Earth bank.
A bank or mound of earth.
Sporter.
One who sports, a sportsman.
Catechimic.
Having the fluids of the body vitiated, especially the blood.
Manipulating.
Present participle and verbal noun of manipulate, to use the hands in dexterous operations, to do handwork, specifically, to manage the apparatus or instruments used in scientific work, or in artistic or mechanical processes, also, specifically, to use the hand in mesmeric operations.
Demolishment.
The act of overthrowing, pulling down, or destroying a pile or structure, destruction by violence, utter overthrow, opposed to construction, as the demolition of a house, of military works, of a town, or of hopes.
Hill.
Of or pertaining to Hilum.
Calf.
A small island near a larger, as the calf of man.
Authorized.
Imperfect and past participle of authorize, to clothe with authority, warrant, or legal power, to give the right to act, to empower, as, to authorize commissioners to settle a boundary.
Dipent.
To paint, to picture, hence, to describe, to delineate in words, to depict.
Corseted.
Imperfect and past participle of corset, an article of dress enclosing the chest and waist worn chiefly by women, to support the body or to modify its shape, stays.
Gracious.
Abounding in beauty, loveliness, or amiability, graceful, excellent.
Indomination.
Repetition, reduplication, reiteration.
Epimorphine.
A crystalline alkaloid obtained from morphia, it is a powerful emetic.
Foreign.
Not native or belonging to a certain country, born in or belonging to another country, nation, sovereignty, or locality, as a foreign language, foreign fruits.
Square.
The act of squaring, or quarreling, a quarrel.
Connect.
To associate a person or thing, or oneself, with another person, thing, business, or affair.
Heapy.
Lying in heaps.
Superseding.
Present participle and verbal noun of supersede, to make void, inefficacious, or useless, by superior power, or by coming in the place of, to set aside, to render unnecessary, to suspend, to stay.
Multiform.
Having many forms, shapes, or appearances.
Forslow.
To loiter.
Prodromic.
Pertaining to, or designating, the highest oxygen acid, HBrO4, of bromine.
Coating.
Cloth for coats, as, an assortment of coatings.
Carinate.
Shaped like the keel or prow of a ship, having a carine or keel, as, a carinate calyx or leaf, a carinate sternum of a bird.
Emission.
The act of sending or throwing out, the act of sending forth or putting into circulation, issue, as, the emission of light from the sun, the emission of heat from a fire, the emission of banknotes.
Belonging.
To be a part of, or connected with, to be appendant or related, to allegiance or service.
Right.
To recover the proper or natural condition or position, to become a pride.
Circumversation.
The act of running about, also, rambling language.
Urtica.
A genus of plants including the common nettles, a plant of the genus Urtica, covered with minute sharp hairs containing a poison that produces a stinging sensation. Urtica grassidis is common in the northern, and Commentatorship in the southern, United States. The common European species, Ens and dioica, are also found in the eastern United States. Pilulifera is the Roman nettle of England. N.
Wind.
A direction from which the wind may blow, a point of the compass, especially one of the cardinal points, which are often called the four winds.
Pointer.
The hand of a timepiece.
Botanizer.
One who botanizes.
extremely,
in an extreme manner or state, in the utmost degree, to the utmost point, exceedingly, as, extremely hot or cold.
howsoever,
Although, though, however,
libration point,
any one of 5 points in the plane of a system of two large astronomical bodies orbiting each other, as the Earth-Moon system, where the gravitational pull of the two bodies on an object are approximately equal, and in opposite directions. A solid object moving in the same velocity and direction as such a libration point will remain in gravitational equilibrium with the two bodies of the system and not fall toward either body.
swat,
Imperative of sweat.
bind,
Imperfect and past participle of bin, a box, frame, crib, or enclosed place, used as a receptacle for any commodity, as a corn bin, a wine bin, a coal bin.
nonpareil,
A beautifully colored finch passerinoceras, native of the southern United States. The male has the head and neck deep blue, rump and underparts bright red, back and wings golden green, and the tail bluish purple, called also painted finch.
pedobaptist,
One who advocates or practices infant baptism.
afford,
To give, grant, or confer, with a remitter reference to its being the natural result, to provide, to furnish, as, a good life affords consolation in old age.
matriculate,
One who is matriculated.
teetering,
Present participle and verbal noun of teeter. To move up and down on the ends of a balance plank, or the like, as children do for sport, to seesaw, to titter-totter.
endopot,
The internal or principal branch of the locomotive appendages of Crustacea, one of the mouth appendages of Crustacea, situated next behind the maxill. Crabs have 3 pairs, but many of the lower Crustacea have but one pair of them, called also jawfoot and footjaw.
grail,
A broad, open dish, a chalice, only used of the Holy Grail.
narrow,
Of little extent, very limited, circumscribed.
cognomination,
A cognomen or surname.
haughty,
Disdainfully or contemptuously proud, arrogant, overbearing.
fur,
To fly out, to turn out, to go off.
sugar,
A package of gold beaters' skins in which gold is subjected to the second process of beating.
Nisaean,
The coloring matter of red wines.
fraternize,
To bring into fellowship or brotherly sympathy.
antagonistical,
Opposing in combat, combating, contending or acting against, as antagonistic forces.
Istancha.
A grazing, a country house.
Fantasy.
Fancy, imagination, especially a whimsical or fanciful conception, a vagary of the imagination, whim, caprice, humor, and fancy.
Carotene.
A small, purplish, branching, cartilaginous seaweed Chondrus crispus, which, when bleached, is the Irish moss of commerce.
Overhauling.
Of overhaul.
Telegraphist.
One skilled in telegraphy, a telegrapher.
Dicide.
One concerned in putting Christ to death.
Hellenic.
Of or pertaining to the Hellenes, or inhabitants of Greece, Greek, Grecian.
Hydatiform.
Resembling a hydated.
Sudden.
Hasty, violent, rash, precipitate.
Corium.
The deep layer of mucous membranes beneath the epithelium.
Remord.
To excite to remorse, to rebuke.
Air gun.
A kind of gun in which the elastic force of condensed air is used to discharge the bolt. The air is powerfully compressed into a reservoir attached to the gun by a condensing pump, and is controlled by a valve actuated by the trigger.
Omniferous.
All bearing, producing all kinds.
Non-effective.
Not effective.
Small.
A man's garment for the hips and thighs. Breeches, a garment worn by men, covering the hips and thighs. Small clothes.
Increase.
Addition or enlargement in size, extent, quantity, number, intensity, value, substance, etc. Augmentation, growth.
Polygenetic.
Having many distinct sources, originating at various places or times.
Stanchless.
Unquenchable, insatiable.
Cheapen.
To beat down the price of, to lessen the value of, to depreciate.
Counter-element.
A counter-account, power or authority to check or restrain, restraining or regulating influence, superintendence, government, as children should be under parental control.
Energy.
Skill in all kinds of work or business, craft.
Impurity.
The condition or quality of being impure in any sense, defilement, foulness, adulteration.
Balanoglossus.
A peculiar marine worm, a group of worm-like invertebrates having, along the sides of the body, Branchial openings for the branchial sacs, which are formed by diverticula of the alimentary canal. Balanoglossus is the only known genus. See illustration in appendix. And Tornaria.
Pool.
A small body of standing or stagnant water, a puddle.
Toot.
Of or pertaining to a group of carnivores, including the weevils and the dogs.
Bile.
The security given for the appearance of a prisoner in order to obtain his release from custody of the officer, as the man is out on bail, to go bail for anyone.
Semi-axis.
One half of the axis of an ellipse or other figure.
Franc.
A French coin, a silver coin of France, and since 1795 the unit of the French monetary system. It has been adopted by Belgium and Switzerland. It is equivalent to about 19 cents, or 10 pence, and is divided into 100 centimes.
Absolvable.
That may be absolved.
Profane.
Irreverent in language, taking the name of God in vain, given to swearing, blasphemous, as a profane person, word, oath, or tongue.
Tyrant.
Specifically, a monarch, or other ruler or master, who uses power to oppress his subjects, a person who exercises unlawful authority, or lawful authority in an unlawful manner, one who by taxation, injustice, or cruel punishment, or the demand of unreasonable services, imposes burdens and hardships on those under his control, which law and humanity do not authorize, or which the purposes of government do not require, a cruel master, an oppressor.
Diffidence.
The state of being diffident, distrust, want of confidence, doubt of the power, ability, or disposition of others.
Dailies.
A publication which appears regularly every day, as the morning dailies.
Gaff.
A barbed spear or a hook with a handle, used by fishermen in securing heavy fish.
Dog bolt.
The bolt of the cap square over the trunnion of a cannon law.
Nenuphar.
The great white water lily of Europe, the Nymphaea alba.
Tableau vivants.
Vivant, a representation of some scene by means of persons grouped in the proper manner, placed in appropriate postures, and remaining silent and motionless.
Here.
A slender outgrowth from the chitinous cuticle of insects, spiders, crustaceans, and other invertebrates. Such hairs are totally unlike those of vertebrates in structure, composition, and mode of growth.
Venenate.
To poison, to infect with poison.
Swinesti.
A sty, or pen, for swine.
Devising.
Present participle and verbal noun of devise, to form in the mind by new combinations of ideas, new applications of principles, or new arrangement of parts, to formulate by thought, to contrive, to excogitate, to invent, to plan, to scheme, as, to devise an engine, a new mode of writing, a plan of defense, or an argument.
Subcartilaginous.
Situated under or beneath the cartilage or cartilages.
Lading.
The act of loading.
Spillfoot.
Having a split or splay feet.
Revel.
The beat of drum, or bugle blast, about break of day, to give notice that it is time for the soldiers to rise, and for the sentinels to forbear challenging.
Hydride.
A compound of the binary type, in which hydrogen is united with some other element.
Licentiate.
One who acts without restraint, or takes a liberty, as if having a license therefor.
Conversationalist.
A conversationist.
Anathema.
A ban or curse pronounced with religious solemnity by ecclesiastical authority, and accompanied by excommunication, hence, denunciation of anything as accursed.
Periwig.
A headdress of false hair, usually covering the whole head, and representing the natural hair, a wig.
Crnged.
Imperfect and past participle of cringe, to draw oneself together as in fear or servility, to bend or crouch with base humility, to wince, hence, to make court in a degrading manner, to fawn.
Hyperbolize.
To speak or write with exaggeration.
Stalactical.
Stalactical is an adjective relating to stalactites, which are mineral formations that hang from the ceilings of caves, formed by the deposition of minerals from dripping water. The term is derived from the word stalactite, which comes from the Greek word meaning dripping.
Lifelike.
Like a living being, resembling life, giving an accurate representation, as a lifelike portrait.
Stealthily.
Minutely stellate.
Pinch.
A close compression, as with the ends of the fingers, or with an instrument, a nip.
Water Sauchi.
A dish consisting of small fish stewed and served in a little water.
Understock.
To supply insufficiently with stock.
Daker.
A measure of certain commodities by number, usually 10 or 12, but sometimes 20, as a daker of hides consisted of 10 skins, a daker of gloves of 10 pairs.
Scare.
Wild, timid, shy.
Vitiligo.
A rare skin disease consisting in the development of smooth, milk-white spots upon various parts of the body.
cadet,
A young man in training for military or naval service, especially a pupil in a military or naval school, as at West Point, Annapolis, or Woolwich.
muffing,
Present participle and verbal noun of muff, a soft cover of cylindrical form, usually of fur, worn by women to shield the hands from cold.
toffee,
A kind of candy made of molasses or brown sugar boiled down and poured out in shallow pans.
undevotion,
Absence or want of devotion.
pregnancy,
Figuratively, the quality of being heavy with important contents, issue, significance, etc., unusual consequence or capacity, fertility.
boardable,
That can be boarded, as a ship.
exhalation,
Distillation.
beyonder,
A feeder, an eater, also, one who provides viands, or food, a host.
remitter,
The sending or placing back of a person to title or right he had before, the restitution of one who obtains possession of property under a defective title, to his rights under some valid title by virtue of which he might legally have entered into possession only by suit.
glyconic,
Consisting of a spondy, a choriamb, and a pyrrhic, applied to a kind of verse in Greek and Latin poetry.
Jain,
One of a numerous sect in British India holding the tenets of Jainism.
brocaded,
Woven or work, as brocade, with gold and silver, or with raised flowers, etc.
moonseed,
A climbing plant of the genus Menispermum, so called from the crescent-like form of the seeds.
argon,
Pertaining to the ship Argo.
mythologize,
To relate, classify, and explain, or attempt to explain, myths. To write upon myths.
correctable,
Capable of being corrected.
glory,
A salt of chloric acid, as chlorate of potassium.
stitch,
To sew, or unite together by stitches, as to stitch printed sheets in making a book or a pamphlet.
funguliform,
Shaped like a small fungus.
lamia,
A monster capable of assuming a woman's form, who was said to devour human beings or suck their blood, a vampire, a sorceress, a witch.
immunity,
Freedom or exemption from any charge, duty, obligation, office, tax, imposition, penalty, or service, a particular privilege, as the immunities of the free cities of Germany, the immunities of the clergy.
whack,
A blow, or quick, smart stroke.
Astrophysical.
Pertaining to the physics of astronomical science.
Pleuropneumonia.
Inflammation of the pleura and lungs. A combination of pleurisy and pneumonia, especially a kind of contagious and fatal lung plague of cattle.
Reficienment.
The act of reficiating, or the state of being reficiened.
Drift.
A driving, a violent movement.
Fasted.
Imperfect and past participle of fast, given to pleasure-seeking, disregardful of restraint, reckless, wild, dissipated, dissolute, as, a fast man, a fast liver.
Phosphaturia.
The excessive discharge of phosphates in the urine.
Jest.
The object of laughter or sport, a laughing stock.
Diagnosis.
Scientific determination of any kind, the concise description of characterization of a species.
Unteam.
To night a team from.
Focuscope.
An instrument for studying the mechanism of accommodation.
Sunshade.
Anything used as a protection from the sun's rays.
Brick.
A good fellow, a merry person, as, you a brick.
Drive.
To press forward, to aim, or tend, to point, to make an effort, to strive, usually without.
Foundress.
A female founder, a woman who founds or establishes, or who endows with a fund.
Harmonize.
To agree in action, adaptation, or effect on the mind, to agree in sense or purport, as, the parts of a mechanism harmonize.
Mare's-tail.
A long streaky cloud, spreading out like a horse's tail, and believed to indicate rain, a cirrus cloud, that which has a dark, lowering, or threatening aspect, that which temporarily overshadows, obscures, or depresses, as, a cloud of sorrow, a cloud of war, a cloud upon the intellect.
Myotum.
The muscular system of one metamer of an articulate.
Aberrance.
State of being aberrant, a wandering from the right way, deviation from truth, rectitude, etc.
Burnettize.
Imperfect and past participle of burnettize, to subject wood, fabrics, etc. To process of saturation in a solution of chloride of zinc, to prevent decay, a process invented by Sir William Burnet.
Melanite.
A black variety of garnet.
Shepherdess.
A woman who tends sheep, hence, a rural lass.
Fritillaria.
a genus of liliaceous plants, of which the crown imperial Fritillaria imperialis is one species, and the guinea hen flower French, Melgris, another, a spring-blooming plant Fritillaria imperialis, of the lily family, having at the top of the stalk a cluster of pendant bell-shaped flowers surmounted with a tuft of green leaves.
Fall.
Lapse or declension from innocence or goodness, specifically, the first apostasy, the act of our first parents in eating the forbidden fruit, also, the apostasy of the rebellious angels.
Low.
Beneath the usual or remunerative rate or amount, or the ordinary value, moderate, cheap, as the low price of corn, low wages.
Buccaneer.
To act the part of a buccaneer, to live as a piratical adventurer or sea robber.
Curious.
Difficult to please or satisfy, solicitous to be correct, careful, scrupulous, nice, exact.
Quintal.
A metric measure of weight, being 100,000 grams, or 100 kilograms, equal to 220.46 pounds of worded plot.
Tongue.
To modulate or modify with the tongue, as notes, in playing the flute and some other wind instruments.
Long.
A note formerly used in music, one half the length of a large, twice that of a breve.
Stationary.
Belonging to, or sold by, a stationer.
Alterably.
In an alterable manner.
Difference.
Choice, preference.
Morsure.
The act of biting.
Torpify.
To make torpid, to numb, or benumb.
Sanguinaria.
A genus of plants of the poppy family.
Snub.
A knot, a protuberance, a sawing.
Amphiprostyle.
An amphiprostyle temple or edifice.
Gamation.
The arrangement of buds on the stalk, also, of leaves in the bud.
Playful.
Sportive, gambling, frolicsome, indulging a sportive fancy, humorous, merry, as, a playful child, a playful writer.
Heterostoxis.
A juggler.
Disavowage.
To disavow.
Woody.
Of or pertaining to woods, sylvan.
Imminence.
The condition or quality of being imminent, a threatening, as of something about to happen, the imminence of any danger or distress.
Category.
One of the highest classes to which the objects of knowledge or thought can be reduced, and by which they can be arranged in a system, an ultimate or undecomposable conception, a predicament.
barbiers,
A variety of paralysis, peculiar to India and the Malabar coast, considered by many to be an acute disease occurring in India, characterized by multiple inflammatory changes in the nerves, producing great muscular debility, a painful rigidity of the limbs, and cachexy.
circumstanced,
Governed by events or circumstances.
married,
Being in the state of matrimony, wedded, as a married man or woman.
cabled,
Fastened with or attached to a cable or rope.
underfurnish,
To supply with less than enough, to furnish insufficiently.
bohemianism,
The characteristic conduct or methods of a bohemian.
eremitic,
Of or pertaining to an eremite, hermitical, living in solitude.
riding,
Used for riding on, as a riding horse.
vaunt,
To vaunt, to boast.
plebeianism,
The conduct or manners of plebeians, vulgarity.
stickiness,
The quality of being sticky, as the stickiness of glue or paste.
kidney work,
The novel.
unspell,
To break the power of a spell. To release a person from the influence of a spell. To disenchant.
hand,
That part of the forelimb below the forearm or wrist in men and monkeys, and the corresponding part in many other animals. Manus, paw, the distal segment of the forelimb, including the carpus and forefoot or hand.
ladies' bedstraw,
The common bedstraw Galium virum, also, a slender-leaved East Indian shrub Farnesum malugo, with white flowers in umbels.
idolatry,
The worship of idols, images, or anything which is not God, the worship of false gods.
ton,
A certain weight or quantity of merchandise, with reference to transportation as freight, as 600 weight of shipbread in casks, 700 weight in bags, 800 weight in bulk, 10 bushels of potatoes, 8 sacks, or 10 barrels, of flour, 40 cubic feet of rough, or 50 cubic feet of hewn timber, etc.
supercarpal,
Situated above, or in the upper part of, the carpus.
tone,
To give tone, or a particular tone, to tune, to put into a state adapted to produce the proper sounds, to harmonize, to cause to be in tune, to correct the tone of, as, to tune a piano or a violin.
rhymery,
The art or habit of making rhymes, rhyming, in contempt.
reputing,
Present participle and verbal noun of repute, specifically, good character or reputation, credit or honor derived from common or public opinion, opposed to disrepute.
liquor,
A measure of capacity in the metric system, being a cubic decimeter, equal to 61.022 cubic inches, or 2.113 American pints, or 1.76 English pints.
spherometer,
An instrument for measuring the curvature of spherical surface, as of lenses for telescope, etc.
rape,
To play the wanton, to act in an unbecoming manner, to play tricks.
cliquism,
The tendency to associate in cliques, the spirit of cliques.
cow parsley,
An umbelliferous plant of the genus Chaerophyllum centigrade Milum and centigrade sylvester.
steen,
To line, as well, with brick, stone, or other hard material.
rest,
To turn, to twist, especially, to twist or extort by violence, to pull a force away by, or as if by, violent wringing or twisting.
hogfish,
A large West Indian and Florida food fish Lachnolimus.
herbal,
A collection of specimens of plants, dried and preserved, a hortus siccus, and herbarium.
element,
To constitute, to make up with elements.
potato,
The sweet potato see below.
marpizza,
Delicacy or softness in the representation of flesh.
emasculation,
The act of clearing from spots.
stub,
The short blunt part of anything after larger part has been broken off or used up, hence, anything short and thick, as the stub of a pencil, candle, or cigar.
round,
To bring to fullness or completeness, to complete, hence, to bring to a fit conclusion.
illuminate,
To adorn, as a book or page with borders, initial letters, or miniature pictures in colors and gold, as was done in manuscripts of the Middle Ages.
mid,
A mitten, also, a covering for the wrist and hand and not for the fingers.
bear,
To suffer, as in carrying a burden.
flatten,
To make vapid or insipid, to render stale.
eligible,
Worthy to be chosen or selected, suitable, desirable, as an eligible situation for a house.
beard,
That part of the underside of the horse's lower jaw which is above the chin, and bears the curve of a bridle.
Elder.
A person who, on account of his age, occupies the office of ruler or judge, hence, a person occupying any office appropriate to such as have the experience and dignity which age confers, as the elders of Israel, the elders of the synagogue, the elders in the apostolic church.
Astrolater.
A worshipper of the stars.
Pulsimeter.
A sphygmograph.
Imprisonment.
The act of poisoning.
Vapor.
An old name for hypochondria or melancholy. The blues.
Eater.
One who diets, one who prescribes, or who partakes of food according to hygienic rules.
Minos.
A king and lawgiver of Crete, fabled to be the son of Jupiter and Europa. After death he was made a judge in the lower regions.
Shellfish.
Any aquatic animal whose external covering consists of a shell, either testaceous, as in oysters, clams, and other mollusks, or crustaceous, as in lobsters and crabs.
Dissennoble.
To deprive of that which ennobles, to degrade.
Voix.
The sounding board over a pulpit or rostrum.
Quadruple.
Imperfect and past participle of quadruple. 4 times the sum or number, a fourfold amount, as, to receive to quadruple of the amount in damages.
Wolfish.
Like a wolf, having the qualities or form of a wolf, as, a wolfish visage, wolfish designs.
Check.
To turn, when in pursuit of proper game, and fly after other birds.
Superlapsary.
Of or pertaining to the Superlapsarians, or their doctrine.
Anti.
A familiar name for an ant. In the southern United States, a familiar term applied to aged Negro women.
Vitric.
Having the nature and qualities of glass, glass-like, distinguished from ceramic.
Piece.
Imperfect and past participle of piece, a fragment or part of anything separated from the whole, in any manner, as by cutting, splitting, breaking, or tearing, a part, a portion, as, a piece of sugar, to break in pieces.
Lustful.
Strong, lusty.
Gladiatorian.
Of or pertaining to gladiators, or to contests or combatants in general.
Room.
A particular portion of space appropriated for occupancy, a place to sit, stand, or lie, a seat.
Inexperience.
absence or want of experience, lack of personal and experimental knowledge, as the inexperience of youth.
Canonize.
To rate as inspired, to include in the canon.
Base.
Of humble birth, or low degree, lowly, mean.
Travel.
An account, by a traveler, of occurrences and observations during a journey, as a book of travels, often used as the title of a book, as Travels in Italy.
Judged.
Imperfect and past participle of judge, one who has skill, knowledge, or experience sufficient to decide on the merits of a question, or on the quality or value of anything, one who discerns properties or relations with skill and readiness, a connoisseur, an expert, a critic.
Employable.
Capable of being employed, capable of being used, fit or proper for use.
Outbreaking.
The act of breaking out.
Broomstick.
A stick used as a handle of a broom.
Whippoorwill.
An American bird Antrostomus vociferus, allied to the nighthawk and goatsucker, so called in imitation of the peculiar notes which it utters in the evening.
Pierides.
The muses.
Airiness.
The state or quality of being airy, openness or exposure to the air, as the airiness of a country seat.
Rot.
Imperative of rec, to care.
Loricating.
Present participle and verbal noun of loricate, covered with a shell or exterior made of plates somewhat like a coat of mail, as in the armadillo.
Opony.
To oppose.
Kneeler.
A name given to certain catechumens and penitents who were permitted to join only in parts of church worship.
Apostrophe.
A figure of speech by which the orator or writer suddenly breaks off from the previous method of his discourse, and addresses, in the second person, some person or thing, absent or present, as Milton's apostrophe to light at the beginning of the third book of Paradise Lost.
Parson.
A person who represents a parish in its ecclesiastical and corporate capacities, hence, the rector or incumbent of a parochial church, who has full possession of all the rights thereof, with the cure of souls.
Stangle.
The kestrel, called also standal, standal, stanchel, standhawk, stanlehawk, stingal, stonygal.
Strainable.
Capable of being strained.
Self-imposture.
Imposture practiced on one's self, self-deceit.
Laying.
The act of one who, or that which, lays.
Mallory,
of or pertaining to the mayors or to their language.
namely,
By name, by particular mention, specifically, especially, expressly.
green,
To make green.
let,
To forbear.
napping,
The act or process of raising a nap, as on cloth.
she,
To throw sidewise with a jerk. To fling, as. To shy a stone. To shy a slipper.
eccentric,
Deviating or departing from the center, or from the line of a circle, as an eccentric or elliptical orbit, pertaining to deviation from the center or from true circular motion.
to,
In a very general way, and with innumerable varieties of application, to connect transitive verbs with their emitter or indirect object, and adjectives, nouns, and neuter or passive verbs with the following noun which limits their action. Its sphere verges upon that of for, but it contains less the idea of design or appropriation, as these remarks were addressed to a large audience. Let us keep this seat to ourselves, a substance sweet to the taste, an event painful to the mind, duty to God and to our parents, a dislike to spirituous liquor.
inexplicably,
In an inexplicable manner.
fag,
A knot or coarse part in cloth.
collet,
The part of the ring containing the bezel in which the stone is set.
reflower,
To flower, or cause to flower, again.
espisage,
The act of espousing or betrothing, especially, in the plural, betrothal, plighting of the draughts, the contract of marriage, sometimes, the marriage ceremony.
plagiarize,
Imperfect and past participle of plagiarize, to steal or purloin from the writings of another, to appropriate without due acknowledgement the ideas or expressions of another.
sedum,
The wood of the shitty tree,
getter,
one who gets, gains, obtains, acquires, begets, or procreates.
recuperator,
A device used in connection with hot air engines, gas burning furnaces, etc., in which the incoming air or gas is heated by being brought into contact with masses of iron, brick, etc., which have been previously heated by the outgoing, or escaping, hot air or gas.
silene,
A genus of caryophyllaceous plants, usually covered with a viscid secretion by which insects are caught, catch fly.
lady's finger,
One of the branchiae of the lobster.
pterygoid,
Of, pertaining to, or in the region of, the pterygoid bones, pterygoid processes, or the whole sphenoid bone.
Gyrani.
Covered with gyrans, or divided so as to form several gyrans, set of an escutcheon.
Lem.
Any person who is as innocent or gentle as a lamb.
Porter.
Proper station, specific place, assigned position, special location.
Myxomata.
A tumor made up of a gelatinous tissue resembling that found in the umbilical cord.
Tripersonalist.
A Trinitarian.
Unwell.
Not well, indisposed, not in good health, somewhat ill, ailing.
Introverting.
Present participle and verbal noun of introvert, to look within, to introspect.
Person.
A parson, the parish priest.
High.
Arrogant, lofty, boastful, proud, ostentatious, used in a bad sense.
Penta.
Denoting the degree of 5, either as regards quality, property, or composition, as pentasulfide, pentoxide, etc., also used adjectively.
Drink.
To take in, to receive within one, through the senses, to inhale, to hear, to see.
Goggle.
A strained or affected rolling of the eye.
Inert.
To graft by uniting, as a scion, to stock, without separating either from its root before the union is complete, also called to graft by approach.
Seat.
Seat, sat.
Wattling.
The act or process of binding or plaiting with wigs, also, the network so formed.
Surbound.
To give back echoes, to recho.
Equilibriums.
A level position, a just poise or balance in respect to an object, so that it remains firm, equipoise, as, to preserve the equilibrium of the body.
Un.
To make an of, to castrate, as a man.
Tabernacle.
A niche for the image of a saint, or for any sacred painting or sculpture.
Fascicle.
A small bundle or collection, a compact cluster, as a fascicle of fibers, a fascicle of flowers or roots.
Exemplified.
Imperfect and past participle of exemplify, to copy, to transcribe, to make an attested copy or transcript of, under seal, as of a record.
Powwow.
To use conjuration, with noise and confusion, for the cure of disease, etc., as among the North American Indians.
Antic-mask.
An antimask.
embarrassed,
Imperfect and past participle of embarrass, to involve in difficulties concerning money matters, to encumber with debt, to beset with urgent claims or demands, set of a person or his affairs, as a man or his business is embarrassed when he cannot meet his pecuniary engagements.
tourism,
A corollary.
billis,
To fasten, as with a lace or cord.
straggler,
Something that shoots, or spreads out, beyond the rest, or too far, an exuberant growth.
eluctation,
A struggling out of any difficulty.
spike,
To stop the vent of a gun or cannon, by driving a spike nail, or the like into Italian.
pill,
To put,
sipsliform,
like or belonging to the swift sip slid.
lethargizing,
Present participle and verbal noun of lethargize, to make lethargic.
laureateship,
State or office of a laureate.
nickname,
A name given in contempt, derision, or sportive familiarity, a familiar or an opprobrious appellation.
fall,
Descent of water, a cascade, a cataract, a rush of water down a precipice or steep, usually in the plural, sometimes in the singular, as the Falls of Niagara.
parcherie,
To bring forth young.
assy,
Tested purity or value.
matrix,
The earthy or stony substance in which metallic ores or crystallized minerals are found. The gong.
pride,
Show, ostentation, glory.
vetos,
One who uses or sustains the use of the veto.
mund,
The world, the globe as an ensign of royalty.
slander,
Disgrace, reproach, dishonor, opprobrium.
theoremic,
Of or pertaining to a theorem or theorems, comprised in a theorem, consisting of theorems.
vindication,
The operation of gathering grapes.
sternum,
A plate of cartilage, or a series of bony or cartilaginous plates or segments, in the median line of the pectoral skeleton of most vertebrates above fishes, the breastbone.
prowl,
The act of prowling.
dole,
To deal out in small portions, to distribute as a dole, to deal out scantily or grudgingly.
sickler,
One who uses a sickle, a sickleman, a reaper.
outrider,
A servant on horseback attending a carriage.
rokiband,
A small piece of spun yarn or marline, used to fasten the head of the sail to the spar.
spoiled,
Of spoil.
inelasticity,
Inelasticity.
chaw,
The jaw.
flattering,
Present participle and verbal noun of flatter. To treat with praise or blandishments. To gratify or attempt to gratify the self-love or vanity of, especially by artful and interested commendation or attentions. To blandish, to cajole, to wheedle.
sepality,
The metamorphosis of other floral organs into sepals or sepaloid bodies.
faltered,
Imperfect and past participle of falter, hesitation, trembling, feebleness, an uncertain or broken sound, as a slight falter in her voice.
lone,
Being without a companion, being by oneself, also, sad from lack of companionship, lonely, as a lone traveler or watcher.
address,
To prepare oneself.
mounty,
The rise of a hawk after prey.
badger,
To beat down, to cheapen, to barter, to bargain.
barrier,
One who, or that which, buries.
vibrate,
Imperfect and past participle of vibrate, to move to and fro, or from side to side, as a pendulum, an elastic rod, or a stretched string, when disturbed from its position of rest, to swing, to oscillate.
agonistical,
Pertaining to violent contests, bodily or mental. Pertaining to athletic or polemic feats, athletic, combative, hence, strained, unnatural.
jagopon,
A great Brazilian palm Maximilian regia, having immense spathes which are used for baskets and tubs.
pain,
To render uneasy in mind, to disquiet, to distress, to grieve, as a child's faults pain his parents.
bile,
A private lane, or one opening out of the usual road.
blood point,
A child's game.
Brahmoism,
The religious system of Brahmosome.
blood,
The heart, liver, and lights of an animal.
luxury,
Affection.
natantly,
In a floating manner, swimmingly.
pining,
Languishing, dripping, wasting away, as with longing.
discant,
A discourse formed on its theme, like variations on a musical air, a comment or comments.
Splendid.
Very conspicuous, illustrious.
Nascent.
Springing up or emerging, said of a plant or animal.
Murmurin.
Feeding upon ants, said of certain birds.
Trans.
To pass, to travel.
Field fair.
A small thrush tortoise pilaris, which breeds in northern Europe and winters in Great Britain. The head, nape, and lower part of the back are ash-colored. The upper part of the back and wing coverts, chestnut, called also felfair.
Austrian.
Of or pertaining to Austria or to its inhabitants.
Pycnite.
A massive subcolumnar variety of topaz.
Cut grass.
A grass with leaves having edges furnished with very minute hooked prickles, which form a cutting edge, one or more species of Lyrissa.
Contexture.
The arrangement and union of the constituent parts of a thing, the weaving together of parts, structural character of a thing, system, constitution, texture.
Demi-wolf.
A half-wolf, a mongrel dog, between a dog and a wolf.
Feudary.
Held by, or pertaining to, feudal tenure.
Temerity.
Unreasonable contempt of danger, extreme venturesomeness, rashness, as, the temerity of a commander in war.
Butt shaft.
An arrow without a barb, for shooting at butts, an arrow.
Astrologian.
An astrologer.
Pretentious.
Full of pretension, disposed to lay claim to more than his ones, presuming, assuming.
Planetarium.
An orrery, an apparatus which illustrates, by the revolution of balls moved by wheelwork, the relative size, periodic motions, positions, orbits, etc., of bodies in the solar system.
Military.
A mead-like drink.
Statometer.
A horizontal graduated bar mounted on a staff, used as a stadium, or telemeter, for measuring distances.
Impress.
To take by force for public service, as, to impress sailors or money.
Pipe.
To emit or have a shrill sound like that of a pipe, to whistle.
Deliquation.
The act of deliquating.
6.
A symbol representing 6 units, as 6, 6, or 6.
Stasis.
A slackening or arrest of the blood current in the vessels, due not to a lessening of the heart's beat, but presumably to some abnormal resistance of the capillary walls. It is one of the phenomena observed in the capillaries in inflammation.
Elohim.
One of a tribe of tortoises, including the terrapins, etc., in which the head and neck can be withdrawn.
Halfway.
A straight line considered as drawn from a center to an indefinite distance in one direction, the complete ray being the whole line drawn to an indefinite distance in both directions.
Stupidity.
The quality or state of being stupid, extreme dullness of perception or understanding, insensibility, sluggishness.
Tourney.
To perform in tournaments, to tilt.
Bond.
An instrument of the nature of the ordinary legal bond, made by a government or a corporation for purpose of borrowing money, as a government, city, or railway bond.
Drearhood.
Affliction, dreariness.
Ziphius.
The constellation Dorado.
Perfumatory.
Emitting perfume, perfuming.
Skysail.
The sail set next above the royal, to be impelled or driven forward by the action of wind upon sails, as a ship on water, to be impelled on a body of water by the action of steam or other power.
Rest.
To be left, to remain, to continue to be.
Advoutry.
The unfaithfulness of a married person to the marriage bed, sexual intercourse by a married man with another than his wife, or voluntary sexual intercourse by a married woman with another than her husband.
Collode.
To join in praising.
Dispensary.
A dispensatory.
Congealedness.
The state of being congealed.
Sublime.
To subject to the process of sublimation, to heat, volatilize, and condense in crystals or powder, to distill off, and condense in solid form, hence, also, to purify.
Sap.
A narrow ditch or trench made from the foremost parallel toward the glacis or covert way of a besieged place by digging under cover of gabions, etc.
Daimios.
The title of the feudal nobles of Japan.
Bigotry.
The practice or tenets of a
Consoled.
imperfect and past participle of console. To cheer in distress or depression, to alleviate the grief and raise the spirits of, to relieve, to comfort, to soothe.
Joiner.
One who, or that which, joins.
Apron.
A flooring of plank before a dam to cause the water to make a gradual descent.
Billow.
In a lower place, with respect to any object, in a lower room, beneath.
Blockhouse.
An edifice or structure of heavy timbers or logs for military defense, having its sides loopholed for musketry, and often an upper story projecting over the lower, or so placed upon it as to have its sides make an angle with the sides of the lower story, thus enabling the defenders to fire downward and in all directions, formerly much used in America and Germany.
Violaceous.
Resembling violets in color, bluish-purple.
Keyway.
A family of tones whose regular members are called diatonic tones, and named ketone or tonic, or 1 or 8, mediant or 3, dominant or 5, subdominant or 4, submediant or 6, supertonic or 2, and subtonic or 7. Chromatic tones are temporary members of a key, under such names as sharp 4, flat 7, etc. Scales and tunes of every variety are made from the tones of a key.
Spungen.
The chemical basis of sponge tissue, a nitrogenous, horn-like substance which on decomposition with sulfuric acid yields leucine and glycosyl.
Appoint.
To ordain, to determine, to arrange.
Demure.
Of sober or serious mien, composed and decorous in bearing, of modest look, staid, grave.
Testudinata.
An order of reptiles which includes the turtles and tortoises. The body is covered by a shell consisting of an upper or dorsal shell, called the carapace, and a lower or ventral shell, called the plastron, each of which consists of several plates.
Start.
The handle, or tail, of a plow, also, any long handle.
Hemini.
A plant described by Milton as of sovereign use against all enchantments.
Rise.
To become of higher value, to increase in price.
Din.
Loud, confused, harsh noise, a loud, continuous, rattling or clanging sound, clamor, roar.
Branchinus.
Fullness of branches.
Solophidian.
Holding the tenets of Solophidians, of or pertaining to the Solophidians.
Door.
A large European scaraboid beetle Geotrops stercoreus, which makes a droning noise while flying. The name is also applied to allied American species, as the June bug, called also door beetle, or door beetle, door bug, door fly, and buzzard clock.
Sweel.
To melt and run down, as the tallow of a candle, to waste away without feeding the flame.
Petaloid.
Pertaining to a petal, attached to, or resembling, a petal.
Plurnus.
The quality or state of being clear in any of the senses of the adjective.
quinquagir,
one of 5 commissioners appointed for some special object.
subtraction,
Subtraction, deduction.
flossy,
Pertaining to, made of, or resembling, floss, hence, light, downy.
anchor hold,
Hence, firm hold, security.
cantaro,
A weight used in southern Europe and East for heavy articles. It varies in different localities. Thus, at Rome it is nearly 75 pounds. In Sardinia nearly 94 pounds. In Cairo it is 95 pounds. In Syria about 503 pounds.
thoughtless screw,
A corkscrew.
large,
Freely, licentiously.
deportation,
Dissuasion, advice against something.
Senecker,
8 European flounder hippoglossoids limandoids, called also rough dab, long fluke, sand fluke, and sand sucker.
skazin,
Achalium,
lysum,
a higher school, in Europe, which prepares youths for the university. The end of a connecting rod or other like piece, to which the boxing is attached by the strap, cotter, ended.
correlate,
A flower in an aggregate flower.
follower,
The part of a machine that receives motion from another part. A part that transmits motion to another part by contact with it, or through an intermediate relatively movable part, as a gear which drives another, or a lever which moves another through a link, etc. Specifically,
equivocator,
one who equivocates.
rattle,
Hence, to disconcert, to confuse, as, to rattle one's judgment, to rattle a player in a game.
runtonate,
Pinnately cut with the lobes pointing downwards, as the leaf of the dandelion.
platinous,
Of, pertaining to, or containing, platinum, used specifically to designate those compounds in which the element has a lower valence, as contrasted with the platinic compounds, as platinous chloride PtCl2.
intaminated,
Uncontaminated.
scroll,
A mark or flourish added to a person's signature, intended to represent a seal, and in some states allowed as a substitute for a seal.
sarcocal,
A gum resin obtained from certain shrubs of Africa Panaya, formerly thought to cause healing of wounds and ulcers.
argolic,
Pertaining to Argolis, a district in the Peloponnesus.
comply,
To enfold, to embrace.
hoof,
having an undivided hoof, as the horse.
processional,
A service book relating to ecclesiastical processions.
tribal,
A tapering mandrel.
shove group,
The board on which a game is played, by pushing or driving pieces of metal or money to reach certain marks. Also, the game itself, called also shuffleboard, shoveboard, shovegrill, shovelpenny.
discoloration,
The act of discoloring, or the state of being discolored, alteration of hue or appearance.
taxable,
Capable of being taxed, liable by law to the assessment of taxes, as taxable estate, taxable commodities.
autographical,
Pertaining to, or used in, the process of autography, as autographic ink, paper, or press.
entanglement,
State of being entangled, intricate and confused involution, that which entangles, intricacy, perplexity.
oat,
A musical pipe made of oat straw.
toughening,
Present participle and verbal noun of toughen, to grow or make tough, or tougher.
perturbate,
To perturb.
notable,
A person, or thing, of distinction.
readjuster,
One who, or that which, readjusts, in some of the states of the United States, one who advocates a refunding, and sometimes a partial repudiation, of the state debt without the consent of the state's creditors.
endocardiac,
Seated or generated within the heart, as endocardial murmurs.
bealable,
Such as may, or ought to, be bewailed, lamentable.
emphingus,
Relating to both parents.
science,
Any branch or department of systematized knowledge considered as a distinct field of investigation or object of study, as the science of astronomy, of chemistry, or of mind.
polyuria,
A persistently excessive flow of water urine, with low specific gravity and without the presence of either albumin or sugar. It is generally accompanied with more or less thirst.
scrapped eggs,
A Lenten dish, composed of eggs boiled hard, chopped, and seasoned with butter, salt, and pepper.
upbraiding,
Present participle and verbal noun of upbraid, to charge with something wrong or disgraceful, to reproach, to cast something in the teeth of, followed by with or for, and formerly of, before the thing imputed.
velocity,
State of being villous.
not,
In no degree, not at all.
gold,
A metallic element, constituting the most precious metal used as a common commercial medium of exchange. It has a characteristic yellow color, is one of the heaviest substances known, specific gravity 19.32, is soft and very malleable and ductile. It is quite unalterable by heat, moisture, and most corrosive agents, and therefore well suited for its use in coin and jewelry. Symbol ORM. Atomic weight 196.7.
enviable,
Fitted to excite envy, capable of awakening an ardent desire to possess or to resemble.
diacoustic,
That which burns by refraction, as a double convex lens, or the sun's rays concentrated by such a lens, sometimes used as a cautery.
fuse,
To turn, as a screw.
augship,
The office, or period of office, of an augur.
black ceramic,
Pertaining to, or designating, an organic amino acid, which is regarded as a derivative of lactic acid and urea.
symbiform,
Shaped like a boat, but elongated and having the upper surface decidedly concave, as the glooms of many grasses.
whiting moth,
A young whiting.
shovel,
An implement consisting of a broad scoop, or more or less hollow blade, with a handle, used for lifting and throwing earth, coal, grain, or other loose substances.
iconize,
To form an image or likeness of.
outdoor,
One who goes out or departs.
Greekish,
Peculiar to Greece.
wash,
To remove by washing, to take away by, or as by, the action of water. To drag or draw off as by the tide, often with away, off, out, etc. As, to wash dirt from the hands.
lapse,
To let slip, to permit to devolve on another. To allow to pass.
homophone,
A letter or character which expresses a like sound with another.
deafening,
Present participle and verbal noun of deafen, to render impervious to sound, as a partition or floor, by filling the space within with mortar, by lining with paper, etc.
top knot,
A small European flounder Rhombus punctatus. The name is also applied to a light species.
emigre,
One of the natives of France who were opposed to the First Revolution, and who left their country in consequence.
enumeration,
A detailed account, in which each thing is specially noticed.
sky,
Hence, a shadow.
graining,
Indentation, roughening, milling, as on edges of coins.
terrace,
A level plain, usually with a steep front, bordering a river, a lake, or sometimes a sea.
parade,
To assemble in military order for evolutions and inspection, to form or march, as in review.
gamete,
Having buds, reproducing by buds.
incidentally,
Incidentally,
colonization,
the process by which feldspar is changed into kaolin.
quarterstaves,
A long and stout staff formerly used as a weapon of defense and offense, so called because in holding it one hand was placed in the middle, and the other between the middle and the end.
tierce major,
A cask whose content is 1/3 of a pipe, that is, 42 wine gallons, also, a liquid measure of 42 wine, or 35 imperial, gallons.
balcony,
A projecting gallery once common at the stern of large ships.
rarely,
Finely, excellently, with rare skill, characterized by wide separation of parts, of loose texture, not thick or dense, thin, as, a rare atmosphere at high elevations.
ward,
A division of a forest.
insectivora,
An order of mammals which feed principally upon insects.
core,
A Hebrew dry measure, a core or homer.
vent,
Figuratively, opportunity of escape or passage from confinement or privacy, outlet.
deathward,
Toward death.
tardigrade,
Moving or stepping slowly, slow-paced.
provision,
Disclosure, treachery, treason.
intercutaneous,
Subcutaneous.
nullifying,
Present participle and verbal noun of nullify, to make void, to render invalid, to deprive of legal force or efficacy.
Corfu,
A native or inhabitant of Corfu, an island in the Mediterranean Sea.
eluded,
Imperfect and past participle of elude, to avoid slyly, by artifice, stratagem, or dexterity, to escape from in a covert manner, to mock by an unexpected escape, to baffle, as, to elude an officer, to elude detection, inquiry, search, comprehension, to elude the force of an argument or a blow.
spotless,
Without a spot, especially, free from reproach or impurity, pure, untainted, innocent, as, a spotless mind, spotless behavior.
giftedness,
The state of being gifted.
thermoscope,
An instrument for indicating changes of temperature without indicating the degree of heat by which it is affected, especially an instrument contrived by Count Rumford which, as modified by Professor Leslie, was afterward called the differential thermometer.
Lip.
Having the limb of a tubular corolla or calyx divided into two unequal parts, one projecting over the other like the lips of a mouth, as in the snapdragon, sage, and catnip.
Potpourri.
A jar or packet of flower leaves, perfumes, and spices used to scent a room.
Eland.
An Arctic seabird.
Sinew shrunk.
Having the sinews under the belly shrunk by excessive fatigue.
Bronzing.
An Australian pigeon of the genus Phaps, of several species, so called from its bronze plumage.
Agar.
An earthwork, a mound, a raised work.
Turkey.
An empire in the southeast of Europe and southwest of Asia. The pulp of fruit.
Intertwine.
To be twined or twisted together. To become mutually involved or enfolded.
Siren.
Of or pertaining to siren, bewitching, like a siren, fascinating, alluring, as a siren sawing.
Outline.
To disentangle.
Electroballistic.
Pertaining to the electroballistics.
Vacillation.
The act of vacillating, a moving one way and the other, a wavering.
Ciliata.
One of the orders of infusoria, characterized by having cilia. In some species the cilia cover the body generally, in others they form a band around the mouth.
20.
The number next following 19, the sum of 12 and 8, or twice 10, 20 units or objects, a score.
Tenacious.
Having parts apt to adhere to each other, cohesive, tough, as steel is a tenacious metal, tar is more tenacious than oil.
Whirlwind.
A whirligig.
Seismology.
The science of earthquakes.
Somnial.
Of or pertaining to sleep or dreams.
Frith.
A small field taken out of the common, by enclosing it, an enclosure.
Expropriation.
The act of expropriating, the surrender of the claim to the exclusive property, the act of depriving of ownership or proprietary rights.
Neosology.
The study of young birds.
Fall.
That which falls. a falling, as a fall of rain, a heavy fall of snow.
Deflowered.
Imperfect and past participle of diffler, to take away the prime beauty and grace of, to rob of the choicest ornament.
Enwin.
To bury, as it were in a womb, to hide, as in a gulf, pit, or cavern.
Farini.
The name given to Europeans by the Hindus.
Steel.
A weapon, as a sword, dagger, etc.
Profuse.
Pouring forth with fullness or exuberance, bountiful, exceedingly liberal, giving without stint, as a profuse government, profuse hospitality.
Zotko.
A plain block or plinth forming a low pedestal. Any base, especially the base of a statue, column, or the like, in classical architecture. A vertically faced member immediately below the circular base of a column. Also, the lowest member of a pedestal. Hence, in general, the lowest member of a base, a sub-base, a block upon which the moldings of an architrave or trim are stopped at the bottom of column.
Sailed.
Imperfect and past participle of sail. To be impelled or driven forward by the action of wind upon sails, as a ship on water. To be impelled on a body of water by the action of steam or other power.
Sealy.
Proceeding from want of understanding or common judgment, characterized by weakness or folly, unwise, absurd, stupid, as, silly conduct, a silly question.
Syndicate.
To judge, to censure.
Wanyand.
The wane of the moon.
Pleurisy.
And inflammation of the pleura, usually accompanied with fever, pain, difficult respiration, and cough, and with exudation into the pleural cavity.
Islandi.
Of or pertaining to islands, full of islands.
Shoulder.
Figuratively, that which supports or sustains, support.
Antipathist.
One who has an antipathy.
Convalesced.
Recovering from sickness or debility, partially restored to health or strength.
Maleficence.
Evil doing, especially to others.
Reclaim.
To call back, as a hawk to the wrist in falconry, by a certain customary call.
Assimilate.
To be converted into the substance of the assimilating body, to become incorporated, as some kinds of food assimilate more readily than others.
Wheel.
To go round in a circuit, to fetch a compass.
Doors.
The back of a book.
Tongue.
The clapper of a bell.
Dimyari.
Like or pertaining to the dimya.
Salvage.
The edge plate of a lock, through which the bolt passes.
Instigation.
The act of instigating, or the state of being instigated, incitement, especially to evil or wickedness.
Terrain.
The surface of the ground.
Trump.
A funnel, or short, fee-airing pipe, used as a guide or conductor, as for yarn in a knitting machine.
Information.
Urination.
Slubbing.
And from slub.
Explorator.
One who explores, one who examines closely, a searcher.
Bested.
Beset, put in peril.
Periwig.
A headdress of false hair, usually covering the whole head, and representing the natural hair, a wig.
Stag.
To act as a stag, or a regular dealer in stocks.
Noseless.
Destitute of a nose.
Stanchion.
A vertical bar for confining cattle in a stall.
Antiphthisic.
A medicine for PHDHISIS.
Title.
That by which a beneficiary holds a benefice.
Drag.
A heavy harrow, for breaking up ground.
Gonophore.
A sexual zooid produced as a medusoid but upon a hydroid, sometimes becoming a free hydromedusa, sometimes remaining attached. The reproductive zooids of the hydroid colony, collectively.
Non-resistance.
The principles or practice of a non-resistant, passive obedience, submission to authority, power, oppression, or violence without opposition.
Earth.
The earth,
Away.
on, in continuance, without intermission or delay, as, sing away.
Provide.
To establish as a previous condition, to stipulate as, the contract provides that the work be well done.
Autoclave.
A kind of French stew pan with a steam-tight lid.
Scleroderma.
A disease of adults, characterized by a diffuse rigidity and hardness of the skin.
Glassmaker.
One who makes, or manufactures, glass.
Scrape.
To occupy oneself with getting laboriously, as, he scraped and saved until he became rich.
Button.
A bud, a germ of a plant.
awful,
frightful, exceedingly bad, great, applied intensively, as, an awful bonnet, an awful boaster.
hive,
To collect into a hive, to place in, or cause to enter, a hive, as, to hive a swarm of bees.
safe conduct,
A convoy or guard to protect a person in an enemy's country or a foreign country.
precedency,
The act or state of going or being before in rank or dignity, or the place of honor. Right to a more honorable place, superior rank, as barons have precedence of commoners.
set off,
A counterclaim, a cross debt or demand, a distinct claim filed or set up by the defendant against the plaintiff's demand.
icicle,
A bicycle,
near,
adjacent to, close by, not far from, nigh, as, the ship sailed near the land, hence, the writing intended to be used in speaking, memoranda to assist a speaker, being either a synopsis, or the full text of what is to be said, as, to preach from notes, also, the reporter's memoranda, the original report of a speech or of proceedings.
galaxia,
Failure of the due secretion of milk after childbirth.
dummy,
A locomotive with condensing engines, and, hence, without the noise of escaping steam. Also, a dummy car.
tumblerfuls,
As much as a tumbler will hold, enough to fill a tumbler.
hue,
Hue, color.
discipled,
Imperfect and past participle of disciple. One who receives instruction from another, a scholar, a learner, especially a follower who has learned to believe in the truth of the doctrine of his teacher, an adherent in doctrine, as the disciples of Plato, the disciples of our Savior.
diatomic,
Having two irreplaceable atoms or radicals.
accretive,
Relating to accretion, increasing, or adding to, by growth.
screw,
To turn, as a screw, to apply a screw to press, fasten, or make firm, by means of a screw or screws, as, to screw a lock on a door, to screw a press.
incertain,
Uncertain, doubtful, unsteady.
individualization,
The act of individualizing, the state of being individualized, individuation.
stoic,
Of or pertaining to the Stoics, resembling the Stoics or their doctrines.
remain,
To continue unchanged in place, form, or condition, or undiminished in quantity, to abide, to stay, to endure, to last.
tisty,
The Black Guillemot.
Souse.
with a sudden swoop, violently.
Carnation.
The natural color of flesh, rosy pink.
Lapidation.
The act of stoning.
Baldachin.
A rich brocade, Baldican.
Reimprint.
To imprint again.
Spotomantic.
Relating to spotomancy, or divination by means of ashes.
Lag.
Last made, hence, made of refuse, inferior.
Stationary.
The articles usually sold by stationers, as paper, pens, ink, quills, blank books, etc.
Pranya.
An American butterfly Polygonia / Vanessa piranha. It is orange and black above, grayish beneath, with an L-shaped silver mark on the hind wings, called also gray comma.
Trajectory.
The curve which a body describes in space, as a planet or comet in its orbit, or stone thrown upward obliquely in the air.
Scandinavian.
Of or pertaining to Scandinavia, that is, Sweden, Norway, and Denmark.
Setiferous.
Producing, or having one or more, bristles.
Quadragene.
An indulgence of 40 days, corresponding to the 40 days of ancient canonical penance.
Spray.
A group of castings made in the same mold and connected by sprues formed in the runner and its branches.
Splengenic.
Of or pertaining to the viscera, visceral.
Snapweed.
A genus of plants, several species of which have very beautiful flowers, so called because the elastic capsules burst when touched, and scatter the seeds with considerable force, called also touch-me-not, jewelweed, and snapweed. Balsamina, sometimes called lady's slipper, is the common garden balsam.
Persecute.
To pursue in a manner to injure, grieve, or afflict, to beset with cruelty or malignity, to harass, especially, to afflict, harass, punish, or put to death, for adherence to particular religious creed or mode of worship.
Anticritic.
Good against jaundice.
Pellegrine.
Foreign, not native, extrinsic or from without, exotic.
Comportance.
Behavior, comport.
Admonitorial.
That conveys admonition, warning or reproving, as an admonitory glance.
Apparatus.
Hence, a full collection or set of implements, or utensils, for a given duty, experimental or operative, any complex instrument or appliance, mechanical or chemical, for a specific action or operation, machinery, mechanism.
Wi-
Of which,
abbreviate.
having one part relatively shorter than another or than the ordinary type.
Cylindrisis.
Cylindrical, or approaching a cylindrical form.
Weak.
Resulting from, or indicating, lack of judgment, discernment, or firmness, unwise, hence, foolish.
Green oxide.
Native cadmium sulfide, a mineral occurring in yellow hexagonal crystals, also as an earthy incrustation.
Sunite.
One of the theoretic transverse divisions of any segmented animal.
Stay.
To hind slash, to delay, to detain, to keep back.
Mobility.
The mob, the lower classes.
Electrogeny.
A term sometimes applied to the effects tetanus, produced in the muscles of the limbs, when a current of electricity is passed along the spinal cord or nerves.
Cheek.
To be impudent or saucy to.
Physigemation.
A process of reproduction intermediate between fission and gemmation.
Castor.
The northernmost of the two bright stars in the constellation Gemini, the other being Pollux.
Painful.
Full of pangs.
Top.
A drinking cup of small size, holding about half a pint.
Innocency.
The state or quality of being not chargeable for, or guilty of, a particular crime or offense, as the innocence of the prisoner was clearly shown.
Trap.
To provide with a trap, as to trap a drain, to trap a sewer pipe, see fourth trap.
Costa.
One of the rib-like longitudinal ridges on the exterior of many corals.
Noon.
No, hence, the writing intended to be used in speaking, memoranda to assist a speaker, being either a synopsis, or the full text of what is to be said, as, to preach from notes, also, a reporter's memoranda, the original report of a speech or of proceedings.
Stuffing.
That which is used for filling anything, as the stuffing of a saddle or cushion.
Red legs.
The turnstone.
Notable.
Capable of being noted, noticeable. Plan, evident.
Opposable.
Capable of being opposed or resisted.
Canonize.
To declare a deceased person a saint, to put in the catalogue of saints, as Thomas à Becket was canonized.
Rape.
Sexual connection with a woman without her consent, the whole duration of a being, whether animal, vegetable, or other kind, lifetime, of consent, under consent, and
Oxygenium.
the technical name of oxygen.
Wheatbird.
The wryneck, so called from its cry.
Gate.
An opening for passage in any enclosing wall, fence, or barrier, or the suspended framework which closes or opens a passage, also, figuratively, a means or way of entrance or of exit.
Immateriality.
The state or quality of being immaterial or incorporeal, as the immateriality of the soul.
Nile.
The back part of the head or neck.
Beetle.
The state of being, or the personality of, a beetle.
Lice.
Any one of numerous species of small, wingless, suctorial, parasitic insects belonging to tribe Pediculina, now usually regarded as degraded hemiptera. To this group belong of the lice of men and other mammals, as the head louse of man Pediculus capitis, the body louse Page vestimenti, and the crab louse Phthiris pubis, and many others, any one of numerous species of small, wingless, suctorial, parasitic insects belonging to tribe Pediculina, now usually regarded as degraded hemiptera. To this group belong of the lice of men and other mammals, as the head louse of man Pediculus capitis, the body louse Page vestimenti, and the crab louse Phthiris pubis, and many others. One of the Brachyrhyn crustacea, they are mostly marine, and usually have a broad, short body, covered with a strong shell or carapace. The abdomen is small and curled up beneath the body. Louse, dog louse, cattle louse, etc. Under crab, dog, etc.
Beard.
To deprive of the gills, used only of oysters and similar shellfish.
Furnace.
To throw out, or exhale, as from a furnace, also, to put into a furnace.
Pivoting.
Present participle and verbal noun of pivot, the officer or soldier who simply turns in his place while the company or line moves around him in wheeling, called also pivot man.
Slaughter.
To scrape o/bare, as a skin.
Atone.
To agree, to be in accordance, to accord.
Fell.
To sew or hem, set of seams.
Brain.
To conceive, to understand.
Tertiaries.
A member of the third order in any monastic system, as the Franciscan tertiaries, the Dominican tertiaries, the Carmelite tertiaries, next after the second, coming after two others, the ordinal of three, as the third are in the day order, under third.
take,
To accept the word or offer of, to receive and accept, to bear, to submit to enter into agreement with, used in general senses, as, to take a form or shape.
vernacular,
The vernacular language, one's mother tongue, often, the common forms of expression in a particular locality.
unctuous,
Bland, suave, also, tender, fervid, as, an unctuous speech, sometimes, insincerely suave or fervid.
Aramaic,
The Aramaic language,
broil,
to subject to great commonly direct heat.
noun,
To rise or reach by an accumulation of particular sums or quantities, to come to, in the aggregate or whole, with to or unto.
dawdling,
Present participle and verbal noun of dawdle. To waste time in trifling employment. To trifle. To saunter.
destiny,
The fixed order of things. Invincible necessity. Fate. A resistless power or agency conceived of as determining the future, whether in general or of an individual.
whoopit,
A pack or bag of wool weighing 240 pounds.
barmecidal,
Unreal. Illusory.
trench plow,
To plow with deep furrows, for the purpose of loosening the land to a greater depth than usual.
feather,
To enrich, to exalt, to benefit.
patent,
A document making a grant and conveyance of public lands.
juncasus,
Of, pertaining to, or resembling, a natural order of plants juncaceae, of which the common rush juncus is the type.
jab,
To thrust, to stab, to punch, to buy and sell, as a broker, to purchase of importers or manufacturers for the purpose of selling to retailers, as, to job goods.
nip,
To remove by pinching, biting, or cutting with two meeting edges of anything, to clip.
sesquipedalism,
Sesquipality.
slowed,
Imperfect and past participle of slow, moving short space in a relatively long time. Not swift, not quick in motion, not rapid, moderate, deliberate, as, a slow stream, a slow motion.
know nothing,
A member of a secret political organization in the United States, the chief objects of which were the proscription of foreigners by the repeal of the naturalization laws, and the exclusive choice of Native Americans for office.
wing,
An ornament worn on the shoulder, a small epaulette or shoulder knot.
wattle,
A twig or flexible rod, hence, a hurdle made of such rods.
quiz,
to puzzle, to banter, to chaff or mock with pretended seriousness of discourse, to make sport of, as by obscure questions.
scalar,
In the quaternion analysis, a quantity that has magnitude, but not direction, distinguished from a vector, which has both magnitude and direction.
automatus,
Pertaining to, or produced by, an automaton, of the nature of an automaton, self-acting or self-regulating under fixed conditions, especially applied to machinery or devices in which certain things formerly or usually done by hand are done by the machine or device itself, as the automatic feed of a lathe, automatic gas lighting, an automatic engine or switch, an automatic mouse.
perfidious,
Involving, or characterized by, perfidy.
Rus,
Of or pertaining to the Russians.
briefman,
One who makes a brief.
releasement,
The act of releasing, as from confinement or obligation.
recountment,
The formal statement, or setting forth, of some matter of fact in any deed or writing in order to explain the reasons on which the transaction is founded. The statement of matter in pleading introductory to some positive allegation.
anhydrous,
Destitute of water, as anhydrous salts or acids.
bilary,
A place for boiling or preparing salt, a boilery.
air,
Any aeriform body, a gas, as oxygen was formerly called vital air.
charlotte,
A cruciferous plant Brassicas synapistrum, with yellow flowers, wild mustard. It is troublesome in grain fields, called also chardock, chardlock, chedlock, and kedlock.
muffler,
Anything used in muffling, especially a scarf for protecting the head and neck in cold weather, a tip.
subscription,
The signature attached to paper.
leptocardian,
One of the leptocardia.
narrowly,
With little bread, in a narrow manner.
reflection,
Result of meditation, thought or opinion after attentive consideration or contemplation, especially thoughts suggested by truth.
mortgage,
State of being pledged, as lands given in mortgage.
relapse,
A sliding or falling back, especially into a former bad state, either of body or morals. Backsliding, the state of having fallen back.
purchasable,
Capable of being bought, purchased, or obtained for a consideration, hence, venal, corrupt.
waveless,
Free from waves, undisturbed. not agitated, as the waveless sea.
Cetopiga.
A remarkable accretion of fat upon the buttocks of Africans of certain tribes, especially of Hottentot women.
Indecisive.
Undetermined, prone to indecision, irresolute, unsettled, wavering, vacillating, hesitating, as an indecisive state of mind, an indecisive character.
Unsaddle.
To throw from the saddle, to endorse,
Fairy-like.
resembling a fairy, or what is made or done to be fairies, as fairy-like music.
Adultery.
Adultery, adultery.
Amido.
Containing, or derived from, the Midgut.
Antipathos.
Having a natural contrariety, adverse, antipathetic.
Blot.
Mildew, decay, anything nipping or blasting, applied as a general name to various injuries or diseases of plants, causing the whole or a part to wither, whether occasioned by insects, fungi, or atmospheric influences.
Beam.
A small beam of light.
Ind.
Azure colored, of a bright blue color.
Weed.
An article of dress worn in token of grief, a mourning garment or badge, as he wore a weed on his hat, especially, in the plural, mourning garb, as of a woman, as a widow's weeds.
Rendering.
The coat of plaster thus laid on.
Masticin.
A white, amorphous, tenacious substance resembling caoutchouc, and obtained as an insoluble residue of mastic.
Rostrum.
Hence, a stage for public speaking, the pulpit or platform occupied by an orator or public speaker.
Glacial.
Resembling ice, having the appearance and consistency of ice, said of certain solid compounds, as glacial phosphoric or acetic acids.
Cloud.
A cloth, a piece of cloth or leather, a patch, a rag.
Overdare.
To dare too much or rashly, to be too daring.
Cadetta.
A short passage connecting two sections, but not forming part of either, a short coda.
Buttons.
A boy servant, or page, in allusion to the buttons on his livery.
Overground.
Situated over or above ground, as the overground portion of a plant.
Bristled.
Gray, grayish, sprinkled or mixed with gray, of a mixed white and black.
Weave.
A particular method or pattern of weaving, as the casimir weave.
English.
To swallow or gulp down.
Debonairity.
The quality of being debonair, good humor, gentleness, courtesy.
Precautional.
Of or pertaining to precaution, or precautions, as precautionary signals.
Touch.
The particular or characteristic mode of action, or the resistance of the keys of an instrument to the fingers, as a heavy touch, or a light touch. Also, the manner of touching, striking, or pressing the keys of a piano, as a legato touch, a staccato touch.
Circumduction.
The rotation of the limb round an imaginary axis, so as to describe a conchal surface.
Albumose.
A compound or class of compounds formed from albumin by dilute acids or by an acid solution of pepsin, used also in combination as anti-albumose, hemialbumose.
Wash bowl.
A basin, or bowl, to hold water for washing one's hands, face, etc.
Starch.
Figuratively, a stiff, formal manner, formality.
Ontorbital.
The ontorbital bone.
World bone.
The patella, or knee pan.
Boom.
To cry with a hollow note, to make a hollow sound, as the bittern, and some insects.
Conditioned.
Having, or known under or by, conditions or relations, not independent, not absolute.
Cob.
A Spanish coin formerly current in Ireland, worth a bit force, 60.
Kakapo.
A singular nocturnal parrot Strigops habroctilus, native of New Zealand. It lives in hills during the day, but is active at night. It resembles an owl in its colors and general appearance. It has large wings, but can fly only a short distance. Called also owl parrot, and night kaka.
Wonderly.
Wonderfully, wondrously.
Separatist.
One who withdraws or separates himself, especially one who withdraws from a church to which he has belonged, a seceder from an established church, a dissenter, a nonconformist, a schismatic, a sectary.
Disquietful.
Producing inquietude or uneasiness.
Oil.
To smear or rub over with oil. To lubricate with oil. To anoint with oil.
Progression.
A regular succession of tones or chords. The movement of the parts in harmony. The order of the modulations in a piece from key to key.
Shadowy.
Hence, dark, obscure, gloomy, diminutive.
Pronominate.
To forename, to name beforehand, to tell by name beforehand.
Shy.
the head of an Arab family, or of a clan or a tribe, also, the chief magistrate of an Arab village. The name is also applied to Mohammedan ecclesiastics of high grade.
Glow.
To exhibit a strong, bright color. To be brilliant, as if with heat. To be bright or red with heat or animation, with blushes, etc.
Vago.
A nickname given to a person of Spanish or, by extension, Portuguese or Italian descent.
Ensilage.
To preserve in a silo, as to ensilage corn stalks.
Exasperated.
Imperfect and past participle of exasperate, to irritate in a high degree, to provoke, to enrage, to excite or to inflame the anger of, as, to exasperate a person or his feelings.
Riding.
Used for riding, or when riding, devoted to riding, as, a riding whip, a riding habit, a riding day.
Toryism.
The principles of the Tories.
Belial.
An evil spirit, a wicked and unprincipled person, the personification of evil.
Dichondria.
A Linnaean class of plants characterized by having 10 stamens.
Alarm.
A summons to arms, as on the approach of an enemy.
Shovel.
A great multitude assembled, a crowd, a throng, said especially of fish, as, a shoal of bass.
Heed.
A look or expression of heading.
Emergencies.
An unforeseen occurrence or combination of circumstances which calls for immediate action or remedy, pressing necessity, exigency.
Fair.
Without a dark hue, light, glare, as, a fair skin.
Brewer.
One who brews, one whose occupation is to prepare malt liquors.
Bang.
To beat, as with a club or cudgel. To treat with violence, to handle roughly.
Laborious.
Devoted to labor, diligent, industrious, as, a laborious mechanic.
Bestriding.
Present participle and verbal noun of bestride, to stand or sit with anything between the legs, or with the legs astride, to stand over.
Artisine.
A very fine sort of Persian silk.
Legged.
Having such or so many legs, used in composition, as a long-legged man, a two-legged animal.
Negotiatrix.
A woman who negotiates.
Vapor.
To send off in vapor, or as if in vapor, as, to vapor away a heated fluid.
Affidil.
A general name for a plant of the genus Asphodelus. The asphodels are hardy perennial plants, several species of which are cultivated for the beauty of their flowers.
Persinus.
State of being Persea.
Dynamite.
An explosive substance consisting of nitroglycerin absorbed by some inert, porous solid, as in fusorial earth, sawdust, etc. It is safer than nitroglycerin, being less liable to the explosion from moderate shocks, or from spontaneous decomposition.
Condoler.
One who condles.
Slicking.
The act or process of smoothing.
Frisk.
To leap, skip, dance, or gambol, in Francandidi.
Adversely.
With repugnance or aversion, unwillingly.
Prevailingly.
So as to prevail.
Diogenes.
A Greek Cynic philosopher 412-323 before centigrade, who lived much in Athens and was distinguished for contempt of the common aims and conditions of life, and for sharp, caustic sayings.
Beam.
One of the long feathers in the wing of a hawk, called also beam feather.
Eruptive.
Brushing in or upon.
Cosmopolitical.
Having the character of a cosmopolitan.
Record.
To preserve the memory of, by committing to writing, to printing, to inscription, or the like, to make note of, to write or enter in a book or on parchment, for the purpose of preserving authentic evidence of, to register, to enroll, as, to record the proceedings of a court, to record historical events.
Ballast.
To fill in, as the bed of a railroad, with gravel, stone, etc., in order to make it firm and solid.
Astonishment.
The condition of one who is stunned, hence, numbness, loss of sensation, stupor, loss of sense.
Irrecoverable.
Not capable of being recovered, regained, or remedied, irreparable, as an irrecoverable loss, death, or injury.
Adulatory.
Containing excessive praise or compliment, servilely praising, flattering, as an adulatory address.
Methine.
A salt of methioninic acid.
Gate.
A door, valve, or other device for stopping the passage of water through them, lock, pipe, etc.
Substantiating.
Present participle and verbal noun of substantiate, to establish the existence or truth of by proof or competent evidence, to verify, as, to substantiate a charge or allegation, to substantiate a declaration.
Recombine.
To combine again.
anacomptic,
reflecting of reflected, as an anacomptic sound and echo.
mercurial,
Of or pertaining to Mercury as the god of trade, hence, money-making, crafty.
catoptrix,
That part of optics which explains the properties and phenomena of reflected light, and particularly that which is reflected from mirrors or polished bodies, formerly called anacomptics.
cap,
Imperfect and past participle of cap, to cover with a cap, or as with a cap, to provide with a cap or cover, to cover the top or end of, to place a cap upon the proper part of, as, to cap a post, to cap a gun.
drill,
Pertaining to the dura, or dura mater.
simmer,
A woman's long dress or robe, also light covering, a scarf.
Hispanicism,
A Spanish idiom or mode of speech.
pistol,
A small pistol.
equivalvular,
Having the valves equal in size and from, as in most bivalve shells.
humdrum,
A dull fellow, a bore.
wielded,
Imperfect and past participle of willed. To wind, or wrap, especially, to wind a rope around, as a mast or yard made of two or more pieces, at the place where it has been fished or scar-fed, in order to strengthen Italian.
chariness,
The quality of being chary.
forte,
The wishbone or furculum of birds.
salamander,
Solidified material in a furnace hearth.
toys,
An old measure of length in France, containing 6 French feet, or about 6.3946 French feet.
mestric monitor,
The Mosasaurus hoffmanni, a genus of extinct marine reptiles allied to the lizards, but having the body much elongated, and the limbs in the form of paddles, the first known species, nearly 50 feet in length, was discovered in Cretaceous beds near Maastricht, in the Netherlands.
rig,
To twist, to turn, now, usually, to twist or turn so as to distort, to ring.
German,
A social party at which the German is danced.
empyrean,
The highest heaven, where the pure element of fire was supposed by the ancients to subsist.
chrysarin,
An orange-colored dye-stuff of artificial production.
chunky,
Short and thick.
text,
A verse or passage of scripture, especially one chosen as the subject of a sermon, or in proof of a doctrine.
straight,
Right, in a mathematical sense, passing from one point to another by the nearest course, direct, not deviating or crooked, as a straight line or course, a straight piece of timber.
Poncho.
A trade name for camlets or stout worsteds.
Adulterine.
An illegitimate child.
Mika.
An uxorious, effeminate, or spiritless man.
Call.
Vocation, employment.
Pick.
To remove something from with a pointed instrument, with the fingers, or with the teeth, as, to pick the teeth, to pick a bone, to pick a goose, to pick a pocket.
Torch.
A train of attendants, a procession.
All flowers.
A game at cards, called high, low, jack, and the game.
Electromancy.
Divination by means of a cock and grains of corn placed on the letters of the alphabet, the letters being put together in the order in which the grains were eaten.
Difture.
Overthrow, defeat.
Pinry.
Penuriousness, miserliness.
Mast house.
A building in which vessels' masts are shaped, fitted, etc.
Apherd.
Impressed with fear or apprehension, in fear, apprehensive.
Oxidizement.
The act or process of oxidizing, or the state or result of being oxidized.
Drawled.
Imperfect and past participle of drill, one whose practice it is to raise mirth by octrix, a jester, a buffoon, a merry andrew.
Cardiographic.
Of or pertaining to, or produced by, a cardiograph.
Moisture.
That which moistens or makes damp or wet, exiting fluid, liquid in small quantity.
Pigfish.
A sculpion. The name is also applied locally to several other fishes.
Other.
Imperfect and past participle of other. Bustle. Confusion, tumult, flutter, bother.
Chalibian.
Of or pertaining to the Chalybes, an ancient people of Pontus in Asia Minor, celebrated for working in iron and steel.
Disuses.
A tuft of long, tough filaments which are formed in a groove of the foot, and issue from between the valves of certain bivalve mollusks, as the pinna and mytilus, by which they attach themselves to rocks, etc.
Crusta.
A crust or shell.
Megaric.
Belonging or pertaining to Megara, a city of ancient Greece.
If you enjoyed this sleepy dictionary on autonomous sleep, please like, dislike, or subscribe if you'd like to see more. I appreciate your feedback and read every comment as this is a spare time hobby. Please be aware that implementing changes may be a gradual process. Please be aware that implementing changes may be in progress on all channels. And works in progress on channel contains general statistics and background information. Happy YouTube travels.